Hey, 919 and yes, Iton. It's brutally hot outside, man. My lab supervisor wanted me to come in at 9 a.m. today, which I did. But I just got back to my apartment drenched in sweat because I have to walk like 25 minutes to the bus stop to get there. And just the heat's brutal. The heat's really brutal. Lab? Yeah, yeah. Uh, I'm a research assistant in a mouse lab for credit. What country? The U.S. Hey, Daddy Foxy and Craig Boint and Goat Gamering. Summer's the worst. Yeah, this summer in particular has been really brutal. Okay, but if you missed it, on Sunday we started doing a Sentries only playthrough. We are Quincy on logs. We just finished off doing the Old One's army, so we now have access to all of our sentries, which is nice, and can hopefully kill bosses like that. We can try for the Eye of Cthulhu tonight. Do we have a suspicious looking eye? We do. Do we have a corruption world? Crimson. Okay. I was gonna say we could maybe fish for wrath potions. We might need them at some point to beat DPS checks, but we'll see how things go. Where's my dryad? I'm gonna go buy a snow pylon from her. You walk naked, no issues with heat temp 25 to 30 degrees Celsius. Well, that just seems really unhealthy. You don't want to expose that much of your body to the sun. It's very bad for just like radiation exposure and skin cancer and stuff like that. If you're outside a lot, you should try to cover up your skin, wear sunscreen, or have like a UV parasol or something. Where's the balloons gameplay? If we end up doing something boring like a certain boss fights or farming for stuff, Old One's army or whatever, we might put it back on screen. But passively, I'm not gonna keep it on because it's a bit derailing. You are happier. He's not happier, actually. Do you not like the snow biome? Huh. I didn't know that. Alright then. Nice part about the Old One's army is it gets you stacked with cash. Because the war banners sell for a ton of money. Stereotypical Arabic clothing is that way for a reason? Yeah, yeah. We have killed the Brain of Cthulhu, and we have killed the Old One's army, and that is where we are at right now. Oh, we killed Deoclops too, but that wasn't... That was with the Crimson Rod, which isn't technically a sentry, but, you know, whatever. We let it slide. Just had to do that to kickstart the run. I'm making an arena right now so that I can... Oh, I could have made snow platform or snow ice platforms. We can fight the Eye of Cthulhu. And I'm going to do that... Old One's Army Arena is here, but that's fine. We can just make our arena on top of the Old One's Army Arena. We used a Crimson Rod to kill Deoclops, Emzom. Yeah, I know, Delete Colonel, but that was a recent change. The Tavern Keep used to sell pylons. He doesn't anymore. Are there any sentries for early hard mode that aren't the spider? Not until after a mech. After the mech, you can get the tier 2 Old One's Army sentries, but not earlier than that. We're going to need to do the Old One's Army a couple more times, just because we want to be able to make sure we can buy a mech. Buy a sentry. So we'll need 15 metal, so we'll need to do it 2 more times, but we'll be okay. Get you down, and you down. Hey, Oasis. Barnacle... Oh, yeah, that is true, actually. The Barnacle Staff does exist. The problem is I'm pretty sure the Barnacle Staff, like, sucks, but I guess we don't want to do tier 2 Old One's Army. It's not that I don't want to do tier 2 Old One's Army suiting Loki, it's that I'm not going to be able to do tier 2 Old One's Army with tier 1 sentries. So if I'm doing tier 2 Old One's Army, I want to make sure I'm able to buy the tier 2 sentries beforehand, because I don't have access to other weapons. Barnacle is good? Okay, we can get her. Does it do better DPS than the Queen Spider Staff? I don't care about hitting things. You can manipulate enemy location. Like, I'm pretty sure the Queen Spider Staff on the Twins would be quite good. Assuming you can competently lure enemies into it. I feel pretty comfortable with that one. But it does more DPS than the Queen Spider Staff. They're a subclass. Yes, Iton. I mean, it's the same damage type. That's... That'd be like calling bows and guns different classes. They're not. Worse DPS than Queen Spider? I don't know. I feel like I'm going to be more keen on DPS because, I mean, the Twins stay in a pretty constant location. Maybe certain times the Barnacle Staff might be more convenient, but for a lot of the fight, I think I'd probably be using Explosive Traps and Queen Spider. Can you get a War Table from Tier 1? Yes, you can. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, before 1.4.5, you could only get the War Table from Tier 1, right? Tier 2 required... Or, you couldn't get it in Tier 2, and then you get it again in Tier 3. But I believe in 1.4.5 they changed it so that Ogre drops it now. No, I'm pretty sure they changed it so that Ogre drops it too. So we've got 3 sentry slots, and my most powerful sentry right now is hands down the explosive trap. It's not even close. Damage-wise, I don't think anything else is going to come anywhere near just putting down explosive traps and leading the Eye of Cthulhu into it. Plus, it'll do really well in its chain dash phase. I'm sure we've got enough DPS. We'll be okay. Do we even need potions? I mean, it wouldn't hurt to get some food or something, but I don't think we actually need any. Should do part 2 to the best weapon video for the worst weapon. It's just not as interesting talking about the worst weapons in the game. There's not a lot to say. It's just kind of, look at this thing. It sucks. There's not really a takeaway or an interesting conclusion from it. And honestly, there aren't that many abjectly terrible Terraria weapons. There are some bad ones, but you have a couple of, like, unbearably bad weapons, like the Medusa head. And then you have weapons that aren't really weapons, like Thrown Waters or the Lawnmower or stuff. The Flare Gun. And then you have a lot of weapons that are just kind of underwhelming. Like, they're not very good, but, you know, whatever. She's in a relationship, Amazing Horse. That'd be very unethical. I prefer my women single. Gonna airdrop explosive traps atop the eye? No. We'll hold off on doing any nukes unless we need to. So we're gonna try to do everything without resorting to insta-kill. But if we need the damage, we can. And then we put on this Apprentice's Scarf. I suppose Panic Necklace isn't very useful now. Okay, we're gonna do 3 in a line here. And just work from there. Just gonna keep them running back and forth. Oh yeah, we've plenty of damage here. No problem at all. Even something with Frost Daggerfish can be nice. Yeah, the Frost Daggerfish is not a bad weapon at all. It's just kind of inconvenient to get, and because it's a consumable weapon and you have to like amass it, it's a little bit awkward. I usually prefer like bone throwing knives. I'm actually a really big fan of the bone throwing knives and bone javelins. Bone javelins especially. I'm quite a fan. Poison throwing knives are pretty nice too. Am I allowing whips? As of right now, no. Later in the game, you know, maybe, but I don't think we need to. There are very few weapons that don't have any realistic use case. Yeah, and the ones that don't have a realistic use case are usually weapons that aren't really meant to be weapons in the first place, like paper airplanes. Paper airplanes are just a joke. Yeah, penetrated. is the name of the Bone Javelin debuff, and it's actually really powerful if you stack up like what 6 of them at once for 18 DPS. I think is the max, which can really be nice. It can be quite nice for Skeletron's hands, like as a pre-boss weapon. The Bone Javelin and Bone Throwing Knives are quite easy to get if you get an Extractinator, and pretty powerful. They're nice for the Eye of Cthulhu. As he gets near death, the aiming issues can be alleviated by just having the powerful debuff. And I've never actually done it, but I imagine they'd probably be decent for the Brain of Cthulhu, because I would think that the Javelins would stick in the Brain of Cthulhu, and you can use those to identify which one's the real and which one's the clone. Which is a neat application. Other fun thing about Bone Javelins, they can't be reflected by enemies with projectile reflection. Not much in the base game, but in Legendary mode, or rather just for the worthy, the Eye of Cthulhu and Skeletron can all reflect projectiles, but can't reflect the Bone Javelin. So that can be nice. There's more sentries than you thought? There's like 5 non-Old Ones Army sentries, and 2 of them are from the Moonlord. All the sentries in the... So you have the 12 Old Ones Army sentries, which are the same 4 sentries tiered 3 times throughout the game. You have the Houndia Shootius in pre-hard mode. That's the only other pre-hard mode sentry. You have the Queen Spider and Barnacle Staff. Oh, and then you have the Frost Hydra Staff. Oh, there's one more. And then you have the 2 Moonlord sentries. And that's about all you've got. So really right now we're basically looking to just get to hard mode so we can get the more interesting sentries, because you know, the Old Ones Army ones are nice. They're quite powerful, but we're going to be using them a lot, so come on. Come on. One more. Come on. Okay, that's Eye of Cthulhu down. So some of this stuff. Get these potion ingredients away. Old Army accessories might be kind of problematic if you could stack them. Yeah, but you can't, so it's fine. Burn progression when you add a new sentry if you had to add one. I mean, I guess pre-hard mode. Hard mode's got several sentries. It's got plenty of stuff, but pre-hard mode, you really only have the Old Ones Army and the Houndia Shootius. The Houndia Shootius is quite bad. There's no pre-boss sentry, and there's not really a late pre-hard mode sentry besides just the Old Ones Army one. So I feel like there's design space in pre-hard mode where you could add a sentry. As to what that sentry is, I'm not sure. Obviously it couldn't be that strong, but I think that's the only point in the game where there's a sentry-shaped hole. Most of the other parts of the game. Because the problem is, for most players, you can only really have one sentry at once, so having multiple sentries at the same point in progression is a little bit redundant. Because they replace each other. These spiky balls out of here. The devs have been teasing Gemstaff and Yo-Yo reworks? Yeah, and that, they've teased a few other things, too. You can check the recent states of the game if you want to see those. Gemstaff reworks are really exciting, though. That is one of the, I think, most meaningful changes you could make to early game Mage to make it, you know, feel nice. Do I always go Crimson? No, I'm pretty sure well, we had to go Crimson here because we wanted a Crimson Rod to kill Deoclops. We can't get a Crimson Rod in a Corruption world, so hands were kind of tied there. But usually I'll just hit random unless I need one of the items from either world. Okay, what other stuff do we want to do? Actually, don't I have an aglet? Didn't I see one? Did I? No, I suppose I must not have. Maybe I was thinking of something I was doing before the stream. Okay. We've got Queen Bee. Queen Bee really doesn't get me anything. So there's not a whole lot of reason to do queen bee. We'll need to do the wall of flesh. Obviously, that's gonna be a hell of a time. Yeah, that's on master mode. I don't really think I need any other gear. Finding the shimmer could be nice, so maybe we'll go do that. We could also do underground desert mining, get a conch and stuff. Get dig toys. Plus, we can show off the explosive trap rod's application for mining. So yeah, let's go do that. Let's go to the underground desert. Fun fact, the explosive trap rod is actually a really nice tool to have when mining. And I'll show you why in a sec. Let's make a shine potion. Yeah, we can get tons of loot with what we have now. I mean, it looked like they were giving the projectiles, the gem staffs, different behavior. You can go look at the gifts that they teased, but we saw, I think it was the sapphire staff and the emerald staff, and like they were doing unique things. It wasn't just like the gem staff projectile, but slightly different. It was, you know, it was something new entirely. I don't know exactly how that'll play out, but it's not just no, I'm gonna eat one of these for a mining speed buff. And actually we have mining pants too. Unfortunately I don't have the shimmer. Let's find the shimmer actually, because the shimmer is gonna let me get my full mining set, which would be pretty nice. Because I need to shimmer these mining pants. They made it feel like gem staves, which become like Celebration Mark II. What? Having each stave actually do something unique would be really cool. Yeah. I mean, they showed us 2 of them, and 2 of them were doing different things. So, you know, if you extrapolate off of that, I don't think it's unreasonable to think that they might all get unique things. I don't know how they're going to make that interesting with stuff like the amethyst staff or the topaz staff, because, I mean, there's... Yeah, an amethyst staff that does something unique is still an amethyst staff. It's still really bad, so we'll see what they do. Kind of like how they made the Knight's Edge swords have new stuff. Yeah, it seemed maybe like that. Wonder if lightning or E-trap is better due to the attack delay on summoning for the ladder. Oh, for the wall of flesh. Topazified debuff. We'll see. The wall of flesh is probably going to be kind of awkward. We'll probably need to make quite an arena and maybe move the eyes close together, but we'll see how it goes. Wish they reworked the mana. It's a pain in the early game. It is, yeah. That's like the other thing you could do to make early game mage a lot less painful is do something about mana, because it's rough when you have no starting max mana. It takes forever to recharge. You don't have easy access to potions. Like one thing that I thought would always be cool is if they just let lesser mana potions spawn in surface chests. Right? That way, if you get a magic weapon early on, you know, maybe you don't have the money to buy things from the merchant yet, or maybe you haven't gotten a merchant yet because you don't know about houses or stuff, but you can still use magic weapons. And it teaches you that, you know, mana potions exist and are an option. And it's not like it would come instead of anything else. You just, you know, add them in there as an extra choice. Hey, there's an aglet. We can get lightning boots. 2 more mining potions, too. That's actually quite nice. Fallen star pots from Remix, yeah. Yeah. Placed mana crystals locked behind secret seeds is kind of criminal. Yeah. Yeah, I could see, placed mana crystals just like, you know, in... Oh, we have a meteorite. I didn't even realize. Okay, usually you go about a screen away, so probably about here. Mine faster. I need to mine faster. Come on, explosive traps. Okay, we're good. The sea. Oh, I did not know they had a painting. Yeah, we're getting shimmer so we can shimmer our mining pants to get the full miner set. More people once again stealing good features. Dude, I can't believe they locked the desert snow biome biome swap behind fucking mole people. Yeah, we could have gotten a kite. $150 starting max mana, mana stouts you have regen speed, shimmered mana crystal gives plus 50 max mana. That's a bit excessive. I don't think the starting mana needs to be changed, but I do think easier ways to acquire it or better functionality when at low mana would go a long way. What if mana regen worked like HP regen? What, like it's slow? I'm not sure I'm following. What if there's a weapon that would eat into your health when you run out of mana? I don't think that would actually be fun. Like, it's a kind of cool idea, but I think most people just wouldn't want to use that weapon, or you just wouldn't let yourself run out of mana, so, like, what's it doing? What's the problem with mana cuff spike arenas? Well, it's not something that most players are going to be aware of as an option, or wanting to do. It's pretty niche. It's fun, but it's quite niche, and, you know, a niche solution to a problem doesn't excuse the underlying issue. Yeah, the whole spending HP to cast mana is basically just magic cuffs anyways. I think this is Shimmer. Oh no. Kind of looked like it for a sec. There should be more ways to play around mana. The mana flower and magic cuffs are cool options, but there should be more. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot that can be done with mana. It just hasn't been done. So there's not much to it. This is what I was getting at with the explosive trap flood, by the way. Okay, an accessory that lets you consume some of your HP to get boost to magic stats and mana. I mean, again, that's basically just the magic cuffs, no? Weapon that gets stronger the lower your mana is, making low mana a resource and not just a time waster. I mean, functionally, I feel like that interacts kind of strangely with the mana flower, no? Because you just auto drink mana potions. You're kind of always at low max mana outside of the end game or late game, with super mana potions. Because you start firing if you have a mana flower, and then you recover to like 100 mana, 200 mana, and then you go back to low mana, and it's not really a whole lot there. An accessory that reduces your HP cap but pushes you above the max mana cap. I mean, max mana builds aren't really, like, you can already get arcane reforges. Nobody does that because they're just not that good. So I don't think that would be a very good accessory. You know, max mana is already an option. It's just nobody uses it because it's not very good. There can be weapons that give you back mana. Do you think there should be more ways to increase max health? No, I think max health is fine the way it is. Like, I'm a big fan of conservative design space. That is not just adding things because you can add them, adding them because they fill a hole or do something interesting. And I don't feel like a max health accessory does something interesting. Functionally, it's very similar to just like, you know, defensive accessories. There are more interesting defensive accessories that a person can do. And max health just isn't really an interesting mechanic at the end of the day. Yeah, it's nice, Rugachan. Your Arcane Reforge has got some love. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of... I mean, most of the max mana stuff is kind of just underwhelming all around. You've got Arcane Reforges, you've got Band of Star Power, which is just a terrible, awful accessory. Band of Mana Regeneration, which is not very good. Oh, it's a Spider Boulder. I was wondering why there was a spider in my, in that little hole there. If they made Arcane stronger, it would be more viable. Yeah, yeah. If you make something better, more people will want to use it. Give you mana reduction? Yeah, mana reduction could be really cool. Probably a lot harder to balance, but definitely a much more fun ability. This is a very strange mushroom biome. It's a lot more vertical than you usually get. Unfortunate Shimmer Gen. Normally you get it digging in the area that I was in. I'll get it sooner or later though. Maybe an armor set that disables cost for a short time period. Yeah, you'd kind of want more magic weapons that consume large amounts of mana. There aren't a ton of them. A lot of them are actually decently mana efficient for that set bonus to be meaningful. But if you had weapons that were, you know, super mana intensive, then having the ability to ignore mana cost for a brief period would be pretty cool. Max mana could be a better mechanic if you could always cast spells regardless of your mana pool, but your mana level acts as a damage multiplier. Yeah, so you spend mana to cast spells instead of, maybe we should go closer to the ocean. Like, you spend it to empower your spells rather than spending it to cast them at all. The thing is that, that kind of... If you didn't need mana to cast spells, the line between what actually makes mage gets blurred a little bit. Where if you don't need your mana to cast spells, what's even the point of a lot of magic weapons being distinct from ranged weapons or melee weapons? At that point, melee weapons literally are just magic weapons. Neither of them cost mana. And it also has some issues with, like, the space gun set bonus. Where if your spell costs 0, what does that mean if mana costs are... they don't cost mana to begin with. Hey, Bazooka Blastoff. Makes the mage waiting problem even worse. That's just mana potions. You can spam infinitely with lower damage. Yeah, but psychologically, it feels different to get a damage buff versus a damage nerf. One of them feels a lot more rewarding than the other. A post-Moonlord accessory that reduces mana cost to 0 could be fun. I mean, yeah, at that point, you've got Zenith. Go crazy. Do whatever you want. I hope the gem staff reworks are good. Me too. you could remove one enemy from Terraria, which one would it be? I don't like the broccoli dogs in the Nebula Pillar. Those guys always annoy me. The ones that shoot the pink cloud that sits on top of you. Although, honestly, like 90% of the pillar enemies suck. Oh. Actually, no, I have a good answer. I don't like statue mimics. I don't like that they added statue mimics to the game. I think they're tonally very weird in Terraria. It's really annoying in multiplayer having statue mimics just show up every time that players are dying all over the place. We had like 3 or 4 show up for a boss fight in the last multiplayer world that we were doing. They're jump scares, which like is kind of funny the first time it happens, but then every time after that is just kind of annoying. Yeah, I don't like statue mimics. Too close to the edge. The shimmer can spawn here. We're not within its normal bounds, so we're either further out or the shimmer can spawn directly under the ocean. They're basically anti-gameplay, spawn instantly as soon as the graveyard's formed, cannot be aggroed, move tiny, or move rapidly, tiny hitbox, no health bar. Yeah. Yeah, they're not fun. Okay. So it's not here, so if we go down here, we should run into it. Why do you think Summoner doesn't get crits? I think it was originally just a coding bug turned feature. Like, originally, I'm pretty sure the way that Terraria works is that damage types that can crit are hard-coded in, right? So, critting is not an intrinsic property of player damage. Specifically, range, magic, and melee damage can crit. And when they added a new damage type, I think they just didn't give it the ability to crit. And then just kind of went, oh, well, maybe we just make that Summoner's thing. Summoner just can't crit. That's my guess. There's not really any reason why it shouldn't be able to. It just can't. Further. That would be 9 souls, then Terraria, then 9 souls. Now, I don't currently have any plans to go back and continue playing 9 souls on stream. Do I have an Old One's Army running? No. No. I've got 3 Sentry slots because I have the War Table and the Old One's Army accessory that gives an extra Sentry slot. Are there any games I'd like to see a Terraria crossover with? I mean, I think I would be more interested in seeing Terraria content in other games that I like than seeing content from other games in Terraria. I feel like Terraria also already has a ton of content. It's very, very content dense. And I don't think most games has content that like super fits Terraria, and I don't think Terraria has a lot of like gaps in it for content to be added. And so I don't think that there's a lot of space for crossovers that make the game better, as opposed to just, you know, being kind of fun or silly or whatever. So because of that, I can't think of any games where I'm like, yeah, no, I'd love to have this in Terraria. But I like the Terraria stuff in Don't Starve Together. I really like the Terraria stuff in Palworld. I feel like Terraria content going to other games can be really fun. And so I feel like I'd prefer stuff like that. As to which games, I do really like when Terraria content is just added and very clearly doesn't fit the world, and it's just really funny. Like the Dead Cells Terraria content, specifically the skin you get in Dead Cells, that's like the guide, or just like the Terrarian. I fucking love that skin. It's this weird 3D skin for the character that looks incredibly out of place and goofy. And it makes me laugh every time I see it. So just having an otherwise normal game played straight, but then you just have like John Terraria that you can play as, would be pretty funny. You know, Monster Hunter's got a lot of weird skins. Just do a Monster Hunter Terraria crossover, and the player just gets the ability to just like put on a Terrarian head. That'd be pretty funny. This feels like the Shimmer, the way it's round and solid stone. Yeah. You want to see more bosses added? Not really, honestly. I don't think Terraria... The problem is, like I said, Terraria is very, very content dense and already very bloated, in terms of what's in the game. And it's really... I don't like... Oh, I should have shimmered one of these. Oh, well, it's no big deal. The shimmered version sucks anyways. 11 Day Bloom? Jeez. I don't think there is a lot of space to add new bosses to Terraria that add meaningful drops that impact the game. You know, I don't want bosses like Queen Slime or Deoclops that add drops and add things to the game, but the drops don't really do anything. You're not really motivated to go out of your way to fight them. And just whatever. We need more post-golem stuff. I don't agree at all. Post-golem is like probably the most content-dense part of the game. There's like 5, 6 bosses and events at that stage of the game, and the problem is you have no incentive to do any of them because the lunatic cultist just outclasses all of them with new gear. But no, you've got the Moons, you've got the Martian Invasion, you've got Duke Fishron, you've got the Empress of Flight, you've got the Cultist, you've got the Pillars. There's a lot of post-golem content. We do not need more post-golem content. But I don't like the idea of adding content that's not actually meaningfully impacting the game. It's just, oh yeah, there's a new boss. Why fight them? Well, they don't really drop you anything interesting, so you're just kind of, they're just kind of there. Moons are post-plant? No. No, all that stuff is balanced to be post-golem. Like, people who say Duke Fishron is a pre-mech boss and genuinely believe that, like he's balanced to be a pre-mech boss, are just living in blatant denial of what the developers say and what's evident through the game itself. Like, it's post-golem content. It's meant to be done post-golem, and the line between Plantera and Golem is basically non-existent anyways. Like, Golem's easier than Plantera, so why would you go do that stuff before Golem? You can just do Golem instead. They're all clearly balanced to be more difficult than Golem. You look at Duke Fishron's health stats and damage stats, and Empress of Light's health stats and damage stats versus Golem stats. Do you genuinely believe that, you know, Golem is meant to be fought after the Empress of Light, when the Empress of Light has 130,000 HP and Golem has like 70,000 HP? Like, people saying that are just being intentionally dense, just like fucking around and saying something that's technically true but very clearly not correct, or just grossly misunderstanding the balance of the game. Okay, let's go to the desert. You fought Empress right after Plantera? Yeah, you can do it. Like, I'm not saying you can't fight the Empress of Light right after Plantera, or that it's bad to do that. But the boss is clearly not balanced around it. You can jump into a pre-hard mode world and immediately fight the Wall of Flesh, but that doesn't mean the Wall of Flesh is meant to be fought before the Eye of Cthulhu, before Skeletron. No, that's the sniper monkey from Bloons Tower Defense 6. Oh, wait, hold on. I didn't reforge my pickaxe. It could be a lot faster. Ideally, I'd like light. Light is blue. Yeah, there we go. Emphasize your favorite boss? Yeah, she's a really fun boss. I think in general, honestly, the bosses in Terraria are not the strongest point of the game, but the Empress of Light is one of the few very fun bosses. Is there a way to get pinged on Discord every time I go live? Yes, if you go to the rules channel and scroll up to the top, there is a stream notifications ping. If you react to that message, you will get a roll, and I send out a stream notifications ping every time that I go live. Yeah, so what you can do with the explosive trap is just spam it all over the place like this. It's a bit redundant right now because we have access to Spelunker potions, but if you don't have Spelunker potions, it can be a really effective way of lighting stuff up. And Fledge the best boss, Duke second best. Deranged statement, but I actually quite like the twins. The twins are a boss that I just have a lot of fun jumping in and just, like, shooting. They're the only one of the mech bosses that I actually, like, enjoy fighting, whereas the other two mechs are just something you get done, as opposed to actually liking. No luck with chest so far. Deerclops is so much fun. If you're fighting on classic mode and Deerclops doesn't have Shadow Hands, sure. If you've removed the Shadow Hands from existence, then yeah, Deerclops is great. Satisfying, fun to fight, but oh boy. Those Shadow Hands do not make for fun fights. Man, no luck with chests, huh? Twins have the fun part of managing two bosses. Yes, but the two of them have fairly simple AIs, and there's only one annoying thing that the twins do, and that is Retinazer's inconsistent firing in his first phase. If Retinazer was changed to... Okay, we've got two chests. Fire a little more consistently, and not be as, like, RNG... I think the twins would genuinely be a really, really good fight. Ancient Chisel. Honestly, I'm not even sure if we need this at this point, but we're definitely capped mining speed now. Okay, yeah, let's sped us up a little bit. The twins should work together more instead of just being two bosses in one. What do you think about the twins theme compared to Boss 2? I'll be honest, it might just be a nostalgia thing. It might just be me not interacting with music that much, but I have not cared that much about the new themes that were added in 1.4.5. You know, I'll notice them. They're obviously different than what I'm used to, but I don't love them. I don't hate them. They're just, you know, just there. Am I looking for anything else here? Magic conch. King Slime's new theme is great. Probably the biggest upgrade soundtrack-wise. Terraria's biggest flaw? Probably its endgame. Terraria's endgame is not very good. It has a lot of issues. But I will say, for better or for worse, one thing I do appreciate about Terraria is that the endgame has remained pretty consistent. You know, for the past 11 years, just the Moonlord has been the end of the game, and that's that. They're not just like pushing the goalposts further and further back about what the end game is, which can be nice because you don't have to keep relearning new things, or you're not constantly power creeping more stuff with just bigger and bigger numbers. I do appreciate that part. Punch. More boots. You're curious as to what happened if they fleshed out world evil more, like if you could corrupt existing NPCs. I feel like these are the kind of ideas that would be better in just a different game entirely than trying to fit them in Terraria. Because you can only put so much stuff in Terraria, and dig toys detected nearby. I think we've honestly kind of already crossed the point where Terraria just has too much stuff in it. Back the content up a little bit. And a lot of like cool ideas or concepts would be better just with their own new game that's not restricted to, there's a conch, to what's already been done in Terraria. Terraria's got like 16, 15 years of baggage, of coding debt and balancing decisions and random content, and big changes like that would probably be better off just in something new that doesn't have that same debt. Oh yeah, Magic Luminescence is incredible. I love Magic Luminescence. One of my favorite accessories, definitely. Do you think Terraria even needs more updates? Terraria hasn't needed more updates for years, but it's not bad to get them. I think updates should be selective with what they choose to add and change. And should be, especially this late into the game, I feel like more restrained updates is better. Yeah, I can make lightning boots. You know, I do think that sometimes relogic can be a bit you can tell they're very clearly passionate about stuff, but sometimes it manifests in a way that's not the most restrained, right? A good example would be like all the different boulders and secret seeds that got added, where there's a good idea in there, there's a fun idea, but they kind of run wild with it and end up adding arguably too many. I think the town slimes were another one where, like, some town slimes, good idea. 8 town slimes, kind of a lot of slimes, don't you think? You were happy with the state of the game before 1.4.5? Yeah. I can understand that. I do hope that content changes we get kind of refine 1.4.5. Because there's a lot of stuff in there's not bad. It's just kind of 80% of the way there. You're a big fan of slimes. You think more town slimes would be better? You hate town slimes? The duality of man. Yeah, crossplay would be really nice to get working. Like summon more before they removed whip snacking. I mean, I'm sure Relogic knows how much people have disliked the removal of whip stacking. If we're lucky, maybe they'll do something about it. Maybe they'll try to rebalance stuff a bit. Maybe not. Hard to say. They're usually pretty good about trying to keep, like, listen to the community and make changes based on it. But it has been a while and we haven't heard anything about it, so I don't know. Whip stacking secret seed? Yeah, that'd be great. You make an accessory that lets you whip stack, yeah? Yeah, like an armor set, or limit the number of whips that can be used at once. Like, oh, you can whip stack, but you only do 2 at once. Or you can whip stack, but second whips have reduced effects. Or you don't get the secondary effects, you only get the damage. Or you don't get the damage, but you only get the secondary effect. Or stuff like that. It kind of feels like Relogic loves creating and adding new stuff without thinking about whether it should be added. Yeah, and for what it's worth, 1.4.5 took a long time, and it's possible there was other stuff going on during that. Relogic's a small team. There's like 5. There's not many developers. You know, stuff happens in people's lives or events, like Line 4's had passed away shortly before 1.4.5. He was a really big member of the team. So, you know, I wouldn't be too hard on Relogic about the state that 1.4.5 shipped in. I think they're trying their best to fix things up. Make the Phoenix faster a Sentry? Dude, if only. Okay, what did I want? We found the Shimmer. We got the Underground Desert. I mean, I wouldn't mind a Blizzard. We've got really fast mining speed. Should take more than, you know, 5 minutes to find one. Do we even need... Oh, we still got 15 minutes of food buff. Let's see, this is 30%. This is 55%. Actually, we're capped mining speed just off this. We don't even need a mining potion. It's easy to forget just what level indie Relogic is when Terraria is such a huge game. Yeah, yeah. Like, you can go visit, like, Relogic website or whatever and look at the team. There's not many people there. Like, there were more people working on most Terraria mods. Or, not most Terraria mods, but, like, the big Terraria mods, like Calamity and stuff, than there are working at Relogic. %, Toaster Dog. So if you have enough bonuses to reach 70%, you'll be at the cap. Which I happen to be just at right now because we have a major food buff from a Golden Delight. Yeah, I think a Reforging rework would be more interesting than just removing them entirely. A Hellstone Sentry, or a Post-Skeletron Sentry? Like a Shadow Chest Sentry or something? Could be cool. I could see that working. And yet, despite Calamity having a bigger dev community, it is close to one-person division in the game. Well, I imagine that's probably changed a bit, no? On account of the Calamity community taking Fabsol out back and shooting him. Right? Like, I feel like Calamity mod's probably less of Fabsol's vision of the game now on account of the fact that Fabsol is no longer on Calamity due to being a... What did Fabsol even... Predator? No, transphobic. That's right. Yeah, they had some weird, you know, being a bit irresponsible with minors, but for the most part, I think it was just being really, like, transphobic and kind of a dick. Is that an igloo? No, it's a tack shooter from Bloons Tower Defense 6. You see those? Those are tacks. Fab's all gone. Mod immediately started having amazing updates. Have the Terraria updates been, or the Calamity updates been great? I haven't played it since then. I wanted to, and I was talking to C. I know C. They're one of the Calamity developers. I think they're the head of lore. And yeah, I'd been asked about like when an update they'd been working on for a while was going to come out. And I was thinking about replaying Calamity after that did, but then it just kind of kept getting pushed further and further back, so I don't know if it ever actually came out. They're really good, mostly reworks, but a lot. Okay. Okay. I guess we could loot floating islands. We have got gravitation potions, so. The new updates are awful. They remove fishing. Oh, dude, the new updates sound amazing. They removed fishing? I hate fishing. Fuck. Best thing they added was a cute anime girl. Okay. Okay, I'm listening. I'm listening. So it'll be somewhere for the golfer. My main criticism about it being a boss rush is largely unchanged. Yeah, it's tough. I think that's... I mean, just because the mod's not for me doesn't mean that the mod should change what it is. I think that the people that like Calamity mod probably like the fact that it's a boss rush. And there's a lot of boss-focused content. It's just that's not the sort of thing that I'm looking for. And for what it's worth, I did play Calamity, you know, years ago. You know, my preferences or thoughts might have changed. Hard to say. But that is also the part of like base Terraria where I get bored too. Is usually like post Plantera, it kind of just turns into okay, exploration's gone, interesting stuff's gone. Just kill a couple bosses, beat the game as soon as you can. But then Calamity is like that, but it just kind of keeps going. Right. Celestial Magnet. Well, they patched that Flambeau, didn't they? Or did they not patch the renaming exploit? I thought they did, but I haven't actually tried it, so I'm not sure. Vanilla Terraria hardware is also pretty boss rushy. I think after Plantera it is, but before Plantera, I don't think so at all. What do you think about the Calamity soundtrack? Oh, the Calamity soundtrack's great. DM Dokuro did a great job. But I feel like it is hard for me to comment on the Calamity soundtrack without also acknowledging how terribly the Calamity community treated DM Dokuro. I feel like it kind of makes it harder to appreciate the Calamity soundtrack as a result of that. Distinct vocals and background music is weird. Yeah, I wasn't a fan of like Yaron's theme, the one with the lyrics. Didn't quite feel like it fit Terraria, but you know, a lot of the music was quite nice. And they started threatening Dokuro to make more Calamity OST. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure what happened was essentially DM Dokuro either well, he was I forget. But they were working on non-Calamity stuff because they're a musician. They work on other things. And Calamity fans would essentially like harass DM Dokuro about working on other stuff and not making more music for Calamity, like going to the comments of uploads for different songs that they upload on YouTube or whatever. I'm not entirely sure what the extent of the harassment was. If it's, you know, going after them on like Twitter or other social media things, I wouldn't be surprised. But just a lot of stuff like that where they would essentially give DM Dokuro shit for making stuff that wasn't Calamity music. Calamity player base kind of sucks. Well, I think that the Calamity community has been doing a better job. The thing with stuff like that, toxicity like that, is it exists for as long as the community tolerates its existence. If you make an effort to ostracize people that are being toxic, kick them out of your spaces, and make it clear to people like, hey, don't do that. That's you're acting like a child, you're being toxic, you're pushing people away, people don't like that, you are making this environment miserable. If you do stuff like that, then fewer toxic people are going to show up. If you're not welcoming to toxic people, then it's not like there's something intrinsic about Calamity that means everyone who likes it is toxic. It's just for a long time, the community really didn't do that. If anything, it was supportive to a lot of those toxic people. But I think they've been doing a better job about trying to be conscious of that and exclude toxic people, and make it known like, hey, we don't want people like you that are looking down on other players and stuff like that. Now, granted, I haven't engaged with the Calamity community for quite a while, but I don't think that the mod is the community is as toxic as it once was. I think they've gotten better about it. Is it as good as it possibly could be? No, but I don't think it's as bad as it once was. I think they've learned from what happened with DM Dokuro, and I mean even what happened with Fabsol. I think that was a great example of the Calamity community having their shit together, because it was pretty, not necessarily unanimous, but very, very accepted within the community. Like, hey, Absol's a fucking asshole. We don't want him. What happened with Fabsol? So a couple different things. I think most pronounced one is that, it came out that Fabsol was just a really, really toxic person. They had transphobic beliefs. There are several Calamity mod devs that are trans. C, the one I was talking about earlier, is trans. And I think a few others too. And upon that, the rest of the dev team was like, this guy's fucking transphobic. Why are we don't want him as the head of the mod. And they had done other shitty stuff too. But that was kind of the straw that broke the camel's back, I think. There was something about them knowing that they were in a like not safe for work space on Discord, and knowing there was a minor in it, and just kind of abiding by that and not doing anything about it, which is kind of yikes. But that was the sort of thing that was like, I was like 5 years ago or something, which, you know, fucked up. But the more pressing, like the week before they made like a really transphobic comment or something, that was kind of the driving force behind it. And let's be clear, people didn't like Fabsol before that. Like, Fabsol had a reputation for being an ass. For being really argumentative, for being a dick, and like people put up with it for a long time, but I think after that was the point where they were just like, yeah, no, get the fuck out of here, dude. We don't want you. Yeah, and let's be clear, the thing with the minor, like, fucked up, terrible thing, they were absolutely being incredibly irresponsible. But that's not why it happened. That's just one of the things on the pile of why Fabsol is a bad person. Let's get some of these portraits on here. Okay, well, we've explored most of our biomes. I think we're good to fight Skeletron tomorrow night. You guys think 3 explosive traps can kill Skeletron? Let me try to get a better reforge on this explosive trap. Get, like, Fabled or something. A little bit expensive. I do think Fabled would have a really, really beneficial... Nah. I mean, Worthy's really good. Essentially, the only difference between Fabled and Worthy, actually, is just 2 armor penetration, which is effectively 1 damage. Because we're not having summon tag damage anyway. So actually, it really doesn't matter. Now that I look at it. A push among the community is sometimes the deciding factor to booting off bad actors. Yeah, yeah. And let it be an example of if you're in a community and you notice somebody that's like acting like a dick, or you see something that's really problematic, sometimes just saying something about it, either to other people in the community or like a moderator or an admin in the space, is all it takes to change that. Moderators don't see everything. Sometimes they might be hesitant to act on stuff. Sometimes other people feel the same way that you do, but they didn't want to say anything about it. Obviously, this isn't to say that you should actively seek to push out anybody that does something that you don't like, but, you know, if there's consistent themes and patterns, then, you know, just see how other people feel about it. See if they feel the same way. If you all feel the same way about something, you don't have to keep putting up with it. Yeah, thank you, Wugachan. A bad egg can ruin an awesome omelet. Yeah. You know what else can ruin an awesome omelet? Too much salt. You grab like a spoonful of salt and put that in an omelet. It's not going to be a good omelet. I made that mistake before. Actually, there were a lot of things that can ruin a good omelet. You just like cut up pieces of paper and put that in an omelet. It's not going to be a very good omelet. Kind of waters it down. Papers it down. A nuclear bomb. If there's a nuclear bomb in your omelet, the flavor is probably the least of your concerns, but I do agree that it wouldn't help the omelet. You once stopped eating onion rings because your sister told you they had onions in it? What did you think were in onion rings? Like, that's kind of the whole thing with onion rings is the onions, you know? You thought the game had a healthy amount of sentries until you realized the game only has 4 non-Old One's Army, non-post Moonlord sentries. Yeah, it's a very sparse thing. But for what it's worth, the sentry subclass is very, very heavily carried by the Old One's Army, which makes sense because it's the crossover with the tower defense game where you'd expect to have a lot of sentries. But yeah, Turi could have a Balloons Tower Defense crossover and then add Doubt Monkey Sentries or something. I don't know. I'm the person that loves the Shield of Cthulhu. In the same way that a mother loves all of her children, yes. You're 21 and you love onion rings, or you love onion everything. I like onion everything, but I like a lot of onion things. But I will say, I don't actually like onion rings that much. I'd rather have French fries than onion rings. You know, I love a nice grilled onion. I love onions in things. I like the taste of an onion. Love onions in chicken pot pie. But onion rings? I don't know. I'm not enthused. I'll eat them. Don't get me wrong. There's nothing wrong with onion rings. It's just like if you give me the option between onion rings and French fries, I want the French fries. Sweet potato fries? I don't like sweet potatoes. You can, like, lambaste me all you want. I don't like sweet potatoes. I don't like sweet potato fries, especially. With all due respect, sweet potatoes suck. Oh, I'm not giving sweet potatoes any respect. With no respect, sweet potatoes suck. Try them mashed. Why would I mash sweet potatoes when I can just mash actual potatoes? You know? I love mashed potatoes. Why would I mash a sweet potato when I can just mash a potato? Panic necklace is a solid pick for... Oh, fuck, that's expensive. I shouldn't have reforged that. I did not realize how much money those costed. Okay, we're probably gonna have to do a couple Old Ones armies to get the money to do some reforging. Jeez. Curry dishes or noodle dishes? It depends on the noodle and on the curry. I feel like that's hard to make a generalization about. I mean, you've got tons of different types of curries. So Japanese curry, not a huge fan of. I don't hate Japanese curry, but I don't think it's anywhere near as good as like Indian curry. I'm a big fan of Indian curry. I usually prefer like a sweet curry as opposed to a spicy curry. But big fan of curries. Usually with naan, like a good Indian curry with naan, huge fan of that. I'd probably rather have that than most noodle dishes. Not as big of a fan of curry with rice, and like if it's not the kind of curry that I particularly like, then maybe I'd prefer some noodle dishes. And I mean, noodle dishes is really vague. I mean, I eat a lot of mac and cheese. Is that a noodle dish? I've made some homemade mac and cheeses and put like crumbled up garden salsa sun chips on top. Those are really good. Not a big fan of spaghetti. I like a vodka penne. That's nice. Big fan of lasagna. Does lasagna count as a noodle dish? Is that pasta or noodle, dude? I don't fucking know the difference. Lasagna's great though. I like lasagna. I've been Asian noodle dishes. Oh, okay. So like ramen or like udon, soba, or I mean, are we talking like Japanese noodle dishes, Chinese noodle dishes, American Chinese food noodle dishes? I'll fuck up like a nice lo mein or something. I don't know. American Chinese food kind of makes me Indian noodles or Asian. Yeah, I meant like East Asian versus usually Far East Asian dishes. I don't think I've had Indian noodles actually though. I had udon with steak the other day. Nice. Um... A food buff would be nice. Let me go cook a bunny. You ate Vietnamese grilled beef noodles recently? Those sound good. Pasta versus the quesadilla wrap barbecue. Oh, dude, quesadilla wrap barbecue combo easily. You know, I had that on Sunday, and I loved it. And you know what? I've still got tortillas. I've still got cheese. I've still got fries. I'm going to do it again tonight. Yeah, I like American Chinese food, but it usually kind of upsets my stomach. So I don't eat it too much. I've never actually had like authentic ramen before, and I have a reason for that. I've been to Japan a couple times, but I really don't like noodle slurping noises. And that's culturally kind of a thing in Japan. So I usually I haven't gotten noodles because of that. Okay. So we're actually decently squishy. Ideally I sit like here and I lead the hand into all of them. Oh, blood crawler. That's a little awkward. Yeah, panic necklace can be really nice for Skeletron on account of Ooh, I hope we have the damage for this. We might need to get some extra sentries from the Old One's army. Ooh, star? Okay. I'll take the extra 1,000 damage. That might genuinely be the difference between winning and losing here. And once we kill these hands, we're going to compact the explosive traps together. We need to be careful. Taking a lot of damage. Your favorite sentry is the Falling Star sentry? It counts. It's just the sentry of the heavens. Come on. One explosive? Two like 3 more. Okay. Come on. 33. This will get him. This will get him. Okay. Come on. Fuck. I don't have space to go down there. I'm going to put all of these further up so that I actually have space to go down. Okay. I'm going to start counting so I'm more on top of things. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Skeletron does 20 if you're not aware. Okay, no, we actually have plenty of damage here. Explosive traps are goated as hell. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. No, this is on master mode. The real super, not expert. Thought damage was higher in master. You might just be used to legendary. I only have 30 defense. I don't even have that much. And for what it's worth, Skeletron does do a lot of damage to me. Like, you know, 60 damage projectiles, nothing to scoff at. I'm just not really getting hit. If he hit me with a spinning skull at like 100, 89. Probably within 100 with damage variability. Okay, we didn't need the falling star. We have enough damage. You're probably used to Eternity? Yeah, if you're used to modded numbers, the damage balancing on them is not as generous as vanilla. Oh, thank you, Wugachan. I didn't. Did YouTube even notify me of that? I didn't even. Whatever. Oh yeah, and as I've been working on a new video, which I thought would be cool. I've been making a couple of like custom world seeds with the idea of them being like custom experiences you could play the next time you play the game, because you know the secret seeds that they added in 1.4.5 are a little underwhelming. So the idea being like, hey, these are 5 worlds, and if you want, you can just like download these, put them in your worlds file, and bam, you've got a world for the next time you play Terraria. And I've been having a lot of fun like in T-Edit trying to make those. Does the bone hand work when you summon a sentry? I think so. I'm not going to use it, but yeah, it does. How will this work on future bosses without whips? I mean, we just wouldn't whip them. I feel like that answer is kind of self-explanatory, but yeah, you just wouldn't. Yeah, I've been working on the like I've been trying to come up with a name for it, but basically like a drunk squared seed, which basically you take a drunk world and then you just make it even more drunk. You just keep giving it more and more shots. You know, you swap around more biomes, do more like random wacky stuff. Making a good mole people. I've been wanting to. It's just, oh, good mole people is a lot of work. Okay, what do we want out of the dungeon? Alchemy table, surely. Cobalt shield's not bad. How did you cheese the old one's army? We used Hoiks. You can cook owls now? You can, yeah. Hey, not burp. Gonna get a Piri Piri takeaway? I'm not actually sure what that is, Wugachan. I'm not familiar with that dish. Oh, what was the coding bug? Yeah. I think they fixed it in 1.4.5, but it used to be that. So in 1.4.4, they changed it so that you could not dodge insta-kill attacks, right? The Empress of Light during the daytime, the Dungeon Guardian, and, as we all know, the blue shirt skeleton when opening doors would all ignore iframes. And now you might be wondering, the blue shirt skeleton doesn't normally one-shot you, and that's because they meant to write Skeletron, but they put in a typo and typed skeleton. So you could dodge Skeletron Enraged, which normally is an insta-kill attack with Hollowed Armor, Brain of Confusion, whatever, in 1.4.4 perfectly fine. But the blue shirt skeleton, when opening a door specifically, I think it's because it's like the alternate AI form. right, fighter-type enemies have their alternate AI when they're opening doors, whereas Skeletron's alternate AI comes during the daytime, when he's enraged. So in that particular state, their attacks would ignore iframes and you couldn't dodge them. But they patched that one. Alright. So this is our Muramasa. There's a mechanic. Tron isn't really a problematic name. I mean, there aren't that many problematic names. I guess Hitler's kind of a problematic name. Peri Peri chicken is a popular flavorful dish made by marinating and grilling and roasting chicken in a fiery tank. That sounds nice. It sounded nicer before I read the words AI overview, but, you know, it sounds nice. YouTube pisses me off sometimes. I was trying to watch a video, and I open it up. Okay, so there are a couple things. One, the YouTube app pisses me off. As a creator, the only way to set custom thumbnails, this is an Aquaceptor, on YouTube Shorts is... Do I have a shadow key? No. To do it from the mobile app. You cannot set custom thumbnails on YouTube Shorts from desktop. So I download the YouTube app in order to set custom thumbnails, and then literally for the rest of time after that, YouTube requires me to do verification through the mobile app in order to log in. It doesn't want me to get text messages for like two-factor authentication anymore. It wants me to open up the mobile app, which is really annoying because I didn't want to keep the YouTube mobile app installed, but now I have to have it on my phone because otherwise YouTube doesn't want to let me log in, and it's a huge hassle. And then I was watching something on YouTube, and it was, you know, mature content, you know, the videos that YouTube doesn't let you watch, unless you're over 18. It was a Dead by Daylight related thing that had a lot of gore in it, I think. And YouTube told me that I needed to verify my age. YouTube pays me money. They send me paychecks. They have my tax information. Why the fuck do you guys need me to verify my age with you? You know how old I am. Huh. I didn't know that. Putting a sentry on a cracked brick causes the cracked brick to fall. Because it's a projectile. Okay, we'll want to get at least 35 bones so we can summon Skeletron later. Is that a new enemy? Yeah, added in 1.4.5. You can't change thumbnail on the web version? For YouTube Shorts specifically, yes. You can summon Skeletron. Skeletron Prime. That's what I meant. You can summon Skeletron through the Clothier Voodoo Doll, but we want 30 bones to make a Skeletron Prime summon later. Ballista Panic Destroyer meme soon? I mean, we need to kill a mech boss before we can get the Squire set, is the problem. How does one resummon regular Skeletron? As a rare drop from dungeon enemies, you can get the Clothier Voodoo Doll. If you equip the Clothier Voodoo Doll and beat the shit out of the Clothier until he dies, Skeletron will summon. If you do it at night. If you do it during the daytime, I think he just dies. Water bolts don't spawn as blocks anymore, it's just from water bolt mimics? No, water bolts still spawn. The water bolt mimics are just like the renewable way of doing it. But you can still find them on shelves. I'm sure we can if we look for one. I'll keep an eye out. Opinion on Classy Cane weapon? Very bad unless you're in the seeds where the tax collector spawns at the start, and then it's pretty good if you get it to drop. Are there even free hardwood sentries? Yes, the Howdy Ashutius and the Old Ones Army ones. Which are what we are using right now. Hey, handgun. And shadow key. Okay, I think we're more or less set. We've got all the bones we need. I don't think we need bones for anything else. You're re-coasting him, dude. Essentially, he's going with the classic betrayal curse, where he thought you were his friend, and then you betrayed him in the worst way possible by slapping the shit out of him with a stinky sword until he dies. And because of that, he is going to set a curse upon your bloodline, the curse of Skeletron. Of course, you can just kill Skeletron and end the curse, but you know, he tried his best. Okay, there was one other thing we were going to wait down here for, and that is to rescue the Elder Slime so he doesn't show up for the rest of the game. I used the Crimson Rod to kill Deerclops to get a how dear shoot he is, because the Crimson Rod thematically is very similar. I can hear him, he's up to the top left. And, I mean, we're here, so we might as well open the chest, use the rest of these keys. We've got 2 of them. Bones for Void Bag? I don't care about the Void Bag. I think you can get more creative with his curses, though. Like, Skeletron gets kind of boring as a curse. You could curse somebody's bloodline with chronic back pain. Oh yeah, there's a water bolt right here. There you go. Give someone a curse of infertility, but only after... Oh, Hunter Potion. Okay, back we go. Bone Star, the Bone Wand. When I first read that, I thought you said Bone Wizard. And I was like, damn, Bone Wizard actually kind of goes hard as hell. Cherry should add Bone Wizards. Okay, got our bones. No, you curse every second child to be infertile. A good name. First child, perfectly fine. Second child, completely infertile. So Wall of Flesh here is gonna be a little bit rough. Okay. What if we just nuked the shit out of the Wall of Flesh? Because I'm thinking about this. And I'm thinking about the amount of time it would take to set up the arena that I would need to kill the Wall of Flesh with explosive traps. And I'm thinking that's going to take a solid, like, hour or 2 to set up. No? Like, that's gonna take a long time. And we could T-edit it. I'd rather, like, farm something in AFK and then play Bloons during that than have to sit here making a Wall of Flesh arena. It's just really boring. Okay, so let's think about it. An explosive trap rod is probably going to do around 40 damage per hit. Right, Wall of Flesh has got like 1200 HP. No, 12,000 HP. So is that like 300 explosions we'd need to do? Roughly? 300 explosions. And if we compacted the Wall of Flesh's eyes together, we could have each explosion hit 3 times. Well, that's already factored in, the real super. The damage stat here is our damage. So that means realistically like 100 explosions. And 1, 2, 2. It explodes about every 2 seconds. So that means 100 explosions, 2 seconds, about 200 seconds. It's around 3 or 4 minutes to kill the Wall of Flesh. Which is doable. Before he reaches the end of the world. But it would require a very, very large arena. I mean, I could very easily no-hit Queen Slime with Sentries. I could just make a nuclear bomb. Queen Slime is not built to handle a hydrogen bomb. Yeah, so the way I see it, we have 2 options for how we pursue this. The first one is that we could make an arena and T-get it. I don't want to sit here for like 2 hours making an arena. The problem is I can't make a regular arena. I need to make an arena that's going to put the Wall of Flesh's eyes close enough so that 1 explosive trap will hit all of them. Or at least 2 of them. That's going to take a really long time. You gotta put down a lot of blocks for that. Well, we could do that in T-edit pretty easily. Alternatively, we could do the Old One's Army a couple times, and then we could just put down 100 explosive traps at the same time, and just have all 100 of them blow up the Wall of Flesh at the same time. Opportunity to play balloons. I mean, yeah, we would actually, if we were farming the Old One's Army a bunch, that would probably be the opportunity to play balloons in the background. Yeah, let's unleash a nuclear bomb on the Wall of Flesh. I think that's more interesting. I've done plenty of low damage Wall of Flesh kills. They're not that exciting. Go home. I don't think I need meteorite for anything. Now the goal here is not to nuke everything, it's just to nuke some things. It's fun. So it's a tactical nuke, right? You don't nuke everything because then there's nothing left. Okay, so if you're not familiar with what I'm going to be doing here, essentially, this is a chest. If we start an Old One's Army, I need to go get a crystal. If we start an Old One's Army and put this Ethereum mana in a chest, and then the Old One's Army ends, right? Then we start another one. This mana is still in this chest. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to spend a little bit of mana to accumulate more mana. We're going to do a couple waves. And then we're just going to be storing our extra mana in this chest here. And that way, we can accumulate a very large amount of it. technically infinite, but, you know, as much as we feel like generating. Then we're going to unleash all of that mana to just nuke the Wall of Flesh and completely obliterate it. But this is going to be a little bit boring. So we're just going to be sitting here for a while, not doing anything. Anyway, I've got Bloons Tower Defense 6 here. So what, use invalid platforms for flying enemies? No. But you can... So we can plant 3 sentries. And maybe these guys will be able to take care of the flying enemies. Hopefully those Houndius, Shootiuses, and then maybe we'll put down... We'll see if we need more. Like the balloon screen bigger. I don't want it to cover too much of the actual Terraria screen. So maybe up to here. I don't want to do more than that, though. I don't know which of these maps are good. I haven't really played them. I'm not war table. Oh, whoops. Yeah, you're right. I reloaded the game, so I didn't actually have my war table. Resort? Let's do resort. So I think, can't you like fit? Yeah, you can fit a bunch of tack shooters in here. Okay, we'll save up for now, though. I want to get down Quincy so he starts leveling up. After the wave, dig underground so we can have a bigger balloons view while still obscuring the mobs. Yeah, we can. It'd be after the event, though. I'm also going to turn on auto start. But I can't dig down between waves, so... I believe in our tack shooter. Holy shit! The Houndius Shootius knockback is actually kind of insane. What the fuck? Okay, well... I was not expecting them to be that good at knocking back the wyverns. Hang on. We're gonna need to put a explosive trap here.
Just give me a target.
I click the umbrellas. Oh. Okay, I don't think we clear Dark Mage here without enough sentries, but that's fine. We got tons of mana. Yeah, so that's 89. We're still missing one. Okay, but yeah, let me just... just turbo stack a bunch of
Nice.
tack shooters in there. Is there a limit how many NPCs spawn per wave? No, the way the Old One's army works is that there's a limit on how many of one type of NPC there can be. And obviously there's a kill limit. Yeah, we'd have to put down too many explosive traps to actually kill the Dark Mage. Oh, I have a Platinum 50 on me. I should be careful not to die here. We're doing 128. That's one. There's one more Aetherian mana. It probably dropped from a Wyvern somewhere, but I'm not sure where.
Awesome.
Okay. Damn, I can't place 4. Okay. Okay. Which one is hot? Hot is top. Okay, but yeah, that got us a lot of mana. And then we just do it again. Yeah, infinite mana crystal by stalling infinite old zombie NPCs? No, no, no. As you kill them, the progress goes up, so. Probably makes sense to get a submarine guy to strip camo, right? Alright, can you guys see what's going on in the balloons cam clearly? I don't want it to take up most of the screen. I want it to be small in the corner, but can you guys see what is happening on it? Okay. And I'm really looking forward to wrapping French fries in another quesadilla and eating it tonight. Honestly, the knockback that the Houndia Shootius was doing was really impressing me. I was not expecting that. Do you get more mana crystal and higher old zombie event like post-mex and golem? Not really, no. If you bought Terraria on good old games, then mass inscribed it to make physical copies, you can make money off it. What you're describing is illegal? It's also possible to make money by going to your local 7-Eleven with a gun, telling the person there to give you the money in the register, and then taking that money for yourself. That is also an effective way of making money. That one is also illegal, though. We need to, no. Okay, good to know. You cannot...
Nice.
Why can I not? Oh, because the Hound Use Studios was there. Is it better to farm crystals in the first stage of Olden's Army? What stage is better to farm metals? The problem is, like, the metal counts scale up so much. Sorry. Metals, you get a lot more metals in the later waves. You get 5 from completing the first event, like 15 from the second, and then like 100 from the last. Okay, so this should strip camo. Yeah, okay. Good. Okay, we're gonna lose here, but we try to get as much mana as we can before we lose. Yeah, we're working on nuking the Wall of Flesh right now. Okay, what else can I buy? I'll just leave these guys for a second. Maybe a glue gunner? Come on. Right now we're at 248. So I can get 25 sentries right now, which we wanted 100, so. Stop equating piracy with stealing. You're not taking anything away from anyone. You'll be using your own debt. It's stealing. Like, what you're describing is, like, intellectual theft. No, selling people, cracked versions of Terraria is not legal and is not morally justified. Okay. What do I buy? I can start this event. Somebody said the Buccaneers were good. I remember that. Put down a few of those.
Come on.
No, what? No, that's not. I need grapes to go crazy? Okay. I can afford it. Yeah. Like, if you ethically, like, really wanted to,
Nice.
like, get people their own copy of Terraria to play, it would be one thing if you were just giving somebody a cracked copy of the game that you had yourself, but if you're selling it to them, like, that's not... There's no world where that's morally justified. That's just trying to use Terraria to line your own pockets. Will I fish for Bounticle Staff? We could try the Bounticle Staff. You think Felix is the best femboy? I'm the best femboy. Ethics of piracy aside, if you're selling the thing that you're pirating, there's no world where that's morally justified. It's also technically piracy to not stop your plants from reseeding themselves each year, but no one thinks that's bad. Are you selling people your plants? Like, that's a completely disingenuous argument. You can't seriously be trying to say that. That's not, those things aren't remotely similar. Like, if you bought those plants from a local nursery, and that local nursery, like, has annual, well, it's not really comparable because the two things aren't really comparable at all. You're apples and oranges here. They're not similar at all. But, like, you're not even picking a game that you could argue, oh, it's just a big AAA company. They're just scamming and ripping off consumers. You're picking a $10 indie game that's developed by very nice people. Relogic are lovely. Like, you picked the worst way to frame this argument. If you want to line your own pockets, there are plenty of ways to do it, but don't act morally superior about it. At the end of the day, I think that's what it comes down to. If you want to pirate things, nobody's going to stop you. But don't act like you're, like, have the moral high ground by doing it. Especially if it's about, like, a $10 indie game. $5 right now. I'm pretty sure it's on sale for the summer sale.
Come on.
No, that's not what I want. I want my monkey. Robbing ships at sea is also piracy, but no one cares about. I think a lot of people actually do care about robbing ships at sea. $32 sentries. I'm gonna get my money away before I die and lose 1.5 platinum.
Incoming. Oh yeah.
You didn't say you were actually doing it. It was just a convenient example. An example for what? Like what? What's the? It's a terrible example. It just it makes you sound like a greedy ass. If that's the example for your argument, then rethink your argument because your argument's not very good. Let's go. All in on tax shooter. Okay, 36. Their point about piracy and theft being entirely different and not comparable is fair. That said, sure is a terrible example. How much do I want? I wanted to put down 100 sentries for the Wall of Flesh. I think that will be enough. Maybe we go a little bit on the higher end, maybe 110. Just, you know, random damage variation and stuff. But if I did my math correct, that should be enough. Pirating helps games? No, it doesn't. Guys, the problem with any discussion about piracy is that there is not a monolith of how people interact with piracy. Sure, there are situations where pirating can be a really helpful thing. It can help people find ways to play games that are not officially supported and are abandonware, or are physically not available in their country. Or it can help counter games that have really predatory pricing models. And then you have people that are just using it as an excuse to not pay for anything when they have the money and means to do it and they don't want to support indie developers, or stuff like that. You have people that use piracy as a moral shield for shitty behavior. Right? Like, yeah, there are situations where piracy can be a valid, justifiable thing. And then there are situations where people just use it because they don't want to pay and actually support developers. Intellectual property is stupid generally because those laws only apply to consumers. Look at AI training data. I mean, I kind of have a stake in intellectual property laws on account of the fact that, like, videos I make are my intellectual property, you know? Like, it would be kind of shitty if I made something, spent weeks or months making something, and then somebody else can just take it and start making money from it. And I agree, stealing stuff for AI artwork is fucking deplorable. But these things aren't a monolith, and making generalizations about them is silly. Is using AI at all morally okay? I mean, when you get into the ethics of things, realistically, like the costs of AI, environmentally, and even just socially, it's very, very costly, and there's not really any situation that I could envision in which the we have a lot of money.
Come on.
That's not what I wanted to press. Let me get main Moab. There's not really a situation I can envision in which the benefits of using AI would outweigh those consequences. So I don't really think there's any situation in which using AI is morally correct or justified. AI in medicine is leagues more useful / moral than ChatGPT. Yeah, AI at its core as just a buzzword isn't really having much meaning. I was referring to like generative AI, LLMs, whatever. But if you're just going with the concept of training things off a database and using machine learning, then there are definitely useful applications of that are hopefully not as environmentally disastrous as widespread use of LLMs in data centers and whatnot. AI is a problem because capitalism. I'm pretty sure that the ramifications of data centers and the environmental tax caused by the use of LLMs would still exist in a world without capitalism. I don't think you can directly blame capitalism for that one. Get a couple of these. Got a nice sphere of death there. Rhino Village / Alchemist? Dude, this is the 3rd time I've played Bloons Tower Defense 6. Like, I've been buying things that look cool. That's about the extent of it. Okay, we're halfway there. Yeah, we can throw in a monkey village or something. I want to take my tack shooters. What upgrades do we get? Pop all types, activated ability, free upgrades, more range, attack speed. Probably top 2, yeah? I don't care about that. What happens if lightning hits the crystal? Lightning used to damage the crystal. I think they patched that. But yeah, it used to be that if lightning hit the crystal would get struck by lightning. Which sucked. Alright. Let's stop talking about AI and piracy and consumerism, because I feel like that conversation is just going in circles. Better question. What's your guys' favorite unit in Bloons Tower Defense 6? Me? I'm quite fond of the tack shooter.
Headshot.
Wizard monkey? I don't know. I'm not big on wizards. You like the one that gives you gender envy? Super monkey? Engineer? Cannon? Cannon's cool. Let's get down to cannon. Every friend group has the cannon. Snipers are so fun. I do really like snipers, yeah. Let's get another one. Alright, Nick, I said to stop talking about it. That means stop talking about it. You're quite fond of the dart monkey? Actually, yeah, we could just bring in a dart monkey armada, too. Like, they don't stand a fucking chance against this. Put sniper next to village. That is true. That is a thing I could do. No, that doesn't work real super. Yeah, I'm not gonna use anything that requires an ability. Okay, Quincy, I'm gonna need you to shut the fuck up. Middle path Buccaneers. I think we can... Yeah. middle is ability? Really? Yeah, but it's still got cannons. Oh, shit. My Houndius Shootius is wore off. We're gonna lose this event. Where I found an Old One's army to build up explosive traps to make a nuke for the Wall of Flesh. Throw down a couple snipers here. Or is the rain frozen? When I'm alt-tabbed, the background effects don't play. Does snowball launcher do classless damage? I think so. Does lightning have AoE? Not exactly. It'll damage anything that's touching its hitbox, but it doesn't have like an explosion. But it has a big hitbox. Okay, what else can we get? We could just get more Buccaneers, right? I mean, what else am I gonna do with all this water? Wall of Flesh, Marshmallow. Nice seeing somebody live streaming Terraria. You're about to rebuild your AFK Lunatic Cultist plus Pillars plus Moonlord farm for a legendary difficulty map. Nice! Yeah, I remember seeing an AFK farm for the Moonlord back in early 1.3, I think, before the death ray went through blocks. I don't think I've seen one for updated for the death ray's new behavior. It'd be cool to see. Does all the possible lightning shape of a hitbox true to the sprite, or is the hitbox only with lightning strike? Oh, it's true to the strike. Any of the blue will damage you. In fact, it actually goes off screen. If you are up here, you can get a telegraph down there, and the lightning will hit up here. Should I get some more blue gunners? Hey, more monkey knowledge. We're learning, we're learning. You love using lightning for the eye or the bee. It's risky for queen bee, but seeing the chunks health evaporate is so funny for you. Yeah, yeah. Lightning can be really fun to use offensively. It's also very, very strong offensively. Like, comically powerful. Yeah, so we can summon 60 sentries right now. Also, yeah, fun fact. Using regular sentries for dealing with the flying enemies during the Old One's army is actually really powerful. Like, the Houndius Shootius here is... 3 of them are almost soloing all of the wyverns. It's separate, Asher. It's more just like a... Oh, okay, no, I don't think they patched the lightning Old One's Army crystal, because that Old One's Army crystal just got struck by lightning for fucking 855 damage. So yeah, that's cool. Lightning's great, guys. Yeah, by the way, fun fact, I can be up here, and I can be struck by lightning all the way up here when the telegraph is down there. That's cool. Kinda Asher, yeah. It's more just like wearing a particular style of clothes, having a particular body type.
BFB incoming.
Is it the same lightning as from Vortex Pillars? No, it's not. Yeah, I'd like to... The problem is the spawning is RNG, so I can't even guarantee it'll hit me when I'm up there. But yeah, it's never safe to be outside during a thunderstorm. Never truly safe. If I sit up here... Yeah, like that. If I was just sitting up here, I could have just gotten struck by lightning for fucking like 300 damage or however much that was. I wouldn't even see the telegraph up there. No, the crystal's gonna die to the old one's army, but yeah, the... Oh, did it actually die to lightning? Was that the final strike? Okay, good with snipers. And to be clear, I could just kill the old one's army, but I would be spending more Ethereum mana than I'd be gaining if I did that, so I don't want to. Oh wait, hold on, I have to reapply this. You're not a huge fan of the thunderstorm mechanic? I'm not a fan of it either. I think it was a bad decision to include in regular seeds. I think it could make sense in special seeds or secret seeds, like, oh, for the worthy lightning storms add actual lightning. You know, that's cool. But regular seeds is kinda shitty, to be blunt. Maybe I save up to get a tier 5 one of these guys. It'd be a bit expensive, but these guys are gonna be okay. 17,000 pops on that guy.
What's up?
Actually, this fucking sniper monkey's really the one putting in work, dude. He's got 45,000. Which, granted, is probably because the enemies aren't making it to the tack shooters. Like, I think these tack shooters are really good here. They're just, the enemies aren't making it there because they're dying too quickly. Lightning makes you not want to go outside, not fun. Yeah, it's not great. But who knows? Maybe they'll listen to feedback and change some stuff about lightning. I mean, they've already changed some stuff about lightning. They reduced the damage of it a lot. Really, that's about it. They reduced the damage of it a lot, but they did reduce the damage of it a lot, for players at least. How much does this cost? 50,000. That's a lot. That's a lot. But you know, we can save up. We've got a lot of power here. Boulder Rain is hell, though. Boulder Rain is hell, but it's limited to a very specific combination of Secret Siege that, to be blunt, you should never play. So, I think Lightning's a lot worse because it's everywhere.
Headshot.
Yeah, I know, Goat. Yeah, durability is fairly common in survival games. And to be blunt, if you took durability out of Minecraft, which is already kind of a content-light game, loses a lot of the reason for, like, replaying or, like, redoing stuff. Because that's kind of the idea behind durability, is you force the player to re-engage with content they've already engaged with to get the same thing again, right? That's kind of the why durability is appealing for survival games or stuff like that, because it means the player has to keep doing stuff. They can't just do something once and then never again. And it also makes resources more important because you need a supply of them. You don't just need them once. But if you take that out of Minecraft, there's not really a whole lot left in Minecraft, to be blunt. So I can understand, you know, why it's there and why it hasn't really been removed or anything. Alright. 3/4 of the way there. Durability sucks in modded Minecraft? I can imagine, yeah. It works in Minecraft because it's pretty focused on surviving and tools being impermanent. Yeah. It's a similar thing with Don't Starve Together. Where, like, Don't Starve Together without durability isn't even the same game anymore. That's so much of, like, the resource economy. This is wave 5. We'll be okay. We don't need to put down more. You like durability because you play Minecraft for building? That's fair. That's understandable. Without durability, DST turns flint from practically gold to pretty much useless. Yeah. Yeah, Palworld's durability was nice. I particularly liked Palworld durability because Palworld durability, like, you just repaired items even if they ran out of durability, which was nice. And yeah, it wasn't super intensive, but, like, realistically, you needed a lot of items just to be able to craft stuff. Actually, the durability in Palworld, it wasn't even that much of a thing now that I think about it. Hey, 10 shirt. DST durability feels way too low. Yeah, I do definitely, especially with some of the magic items that you can craft, they just run out of durability so quickly. Like, oh, you can get these really rare items and you can use them to craft a magic item that you can use 5 times and then it breaks. Have fun. Not all of them, obviously, but a lot of them. If copper tools didn't require smelting, then I feel like they'd be a lot better. On Minecraft? Thanks, Bazooka.
Headshot.
Never played Palworld and heard a lot of conflicting info. Would you say it's good? I think Palworld's a good game. Yeah. So the things to know about Palworld. It is, I would say, derivative of other games. Right? Palworld is not incredibly unique. The gameplay plays similarly to a lot of survival games, things like Ark, and visually, it clearly takes a lot of inspiration from games like Pokemon. So when you're signing up to play Palworld, you're not signing up for something that's like a super innovative new experience. But it's fun. The pals are cute. The game's mechanics are fun. The weapons feel fun to use. It's got a banger Terraria crossover. The Palworld Terraria crossover content is really, really fun. Just it's kind of late in the game. Oh yeah, and Palworld's official release 1.0 is coming out in July. Well, it's July right now, so a couple weeks. And it's supposed to have a lot of changes. The changelog's quite big. What the fuck is happening with the nurse? It's like she's getting hit by a hoik, but there's no hoik there. Yeah, I enjoyed Palworld. I enjoyed playing it with friends, more than solo. I think it's got nice multiplayer. Yeah, I don't know if I would say Palworld's worth paying full price for, but if Palworld's on sale, I think it's fairly fun. If you like survival games, I feel like it's a good bet. You'd probably like it. I think it's a solid survival game. Speaking of survival games, you know what survival game I hated? The Forest. I could not stand The Forest, dude. There was a point where one of my friends, we were kind of on a survival game kick, and one of my friends was like, hey, we should try The Forest, because my friend doesn't like Don't Starve Together. And The Forest is just a giant slop pile of unfinished mechanics and unfun systems. Palworld is not survival, it's survival-like, but it's not hard to survive. I mean, most survival games, it's not really that hard to survive, no? Like, survival's more a genre than a direct description of the gameplay. Like, it's not really hard to survive and Don't Starve Together after your first couple of playthroughs. You figure it out pretty quickly. It wasn't hard to survive in The Forest, certainly. It was not hard to survive in Subnautica. The Forest is more of a story game with survival elements. Yeah, but The Forest story sucked. Like, I'm sorry. The good ending of The Forest story, or at least okay, so when we were playing The Forest, I jumped into the bottom of the hole and sequence broke down to the bottom of it after like 10 or 15 hours or something. And then the rest of the team followed, my friends. And then we all got kind of bored because we couldn't actually beat the game down there because we didn't have a key code, but we couldn't go back. And we kept losing our items. So we just stopped playing, and then we looked up the endings online. And I'm sorry, the ending for The Forest was just, like, at least with the video on YouTube that we watched called The Good Ending, was, crashing another plane of people and, like, killing all of them to save your son's life, who then turns into a fucking, like, goop gremlin monster. Not a goop gremlin monster, but you get what I'm saying. At the end of it, like, no, that's a fucking terrible ending. No, you need a key code to go to, like, the lab facility to do the ending. And we're like, didn't have it.
Headshot.
It sucked, okay? It sucked. The Forest has the bad ending and the badder ending. Yeah. I need the baddie ending. Where's the attractive woman we can court, forget about our kid, and just go start a new family. Yeah, I didn't like The Forest. But no, yeah. And I mean, for what it's worth, Relogic seems to like Palworld. Palworld, you know, likes Terraria content. It's, like I said, it has a lot of random crossovers. Like, Palworld has the Terraria crossover. Palworld also got an Ultra Kill crossover. I haven't actually played it since the Ultra Kill crossover. But I think it's got, like, V1 in it. It's got a lot of random crossovers. Surprised Power World and Dead Cells haven't crossed over yet. Yeah, might be planned. Might be Dead Cells don't want to for some reason, I would say. You want to see an indie game that's nothing but crossovers and references to other games? Oh, Dead Cells. Dead Cells isn't nothing but crossovers and references to other games, but Dead Cells has so many fucking crossovers, it's unreal. It's got dozens of different games referenced with items or abilities inside of Dead Cells. And Dead Cells does have its own identity too. It's not just crossovers, but it's very crossover heavy.
Sweet.
Sure. Terraria has Dead Cells Vanity Set. Honestly, I forget that the Terraria Dead Cells crossover happened. At least the Terraria half of it. I feel like the Dead Cells content is not super memorable in Terraria. You've got the Flint, and the Flint's pretty good. I mean, we'll get the Bounticle Staff. We'll see how good the Bounticle Staff is. But yeah, there's not a ton of stuff. Mushroom Boy, Barrel Launcher, yeah. I'm not a huge fan of the Barrel Launcher. Honestly, even against Destroyer, I'd rather just have like a repeater with Unholy Arrows. And yeah, Mushroom Boy's good. Good minion. It's just, I don't know, pre-hybrid I've got, you know, vampire frogs and other stuff that's really appealing. Barnacle Staff makes the mistake of existing in the same tier as Queen Spider Staff. Yeah, it's a rough spot to be. Barnacle Staff is good CC. Yeah, we'll get it. We'll get it. We'll try it out.
Headshot.
Quincy keeps saying headshot. Where is the head on a balloon? How are you giving a headshot to a balloon? That's not how that works, Quincy. Okay, this will be our last one. Barnacles don't miss. Okay, I mean we'll try out Barnacle. We'll get there. Honestly, not that long, assuming a nuke on the Wall of Flesh actually works. The balloon is the head, so it's like a Drifloon? Even the seemingly unique pets of Terraria are still references, like Wall of Flesh is from Final Fantasy, the Cursed Scroll is from somewhere, and Eye of Cthulhu is a Cthulhu reference. No, Terraria has original stuff in it. And again, there's a difference between taking stuff directly from things and simply being inspired. Cthulhu in Lovecraftian lore. One, having read Lovecraft's books, like, Lovecraft does not flesh out information, like Cthulhu's fucking combat prowess and eyeball servants and shit. Like, the Eye of Cthulhu is just taking a name. Because the Terraria devs probably thought Cthulhu sounds cool. Same thing with the Brain of Cthulhu. Like, it's not related to Cthulhu at all. It's just, hey, it's a cool name. And Just because you take inspiration from something else doesn't mean you can't do something unique or cool with the idea. A lot of things out there, a lot of video games or media in general is in some way derivative or inspired by other things, and that's fine. It's how the media innovates on that existing thing that makes it unique.
Is that all you got?
I can almost get the tier 5 attack. Yeah, it's like 49k. We're close.
Headshot.
The Houndius doesn't seem as bad now that it has a good modifier. Yeah, honestly, the knockback on the Houndius and the fact that we can have 3 of them has been pretty respectable. It has not been bad. It's been handling the flying enemies pretty well. And it's actually been, you know, valuable. There's also the fact that during the Old One's army, you can't use Old One's army sentries. Okay, we can buy the thing. Alright, let's go! Inferno Ring. We've got 5k. Upgrade some of these guys.
BFB incoming.
Yeah, you don't have to be original. Like, you don't have to be completely original. You just have to put enough of an interesting or unique spin on something. Let that be a lesson in life in general. If you're trying to hunt being original constantly, you're going to be burnt out. I mean, it happens to me, like making content and video stuff. I like feeling like I'm doing original stuff. I like being original. But you can't be original 24/7 all the time because you're just going to run out of things to do. You'll
Headshot.
eventually run out of ideas. And that's fine. You just need to find an idea that somebody else had and find a unique twist on it. There's also the fact that even if you're trying to be original, the idea that you had, somebody else might have independently had. It happens. It happens shockingly frequently when you're trying to come up with ideas, and there's hundreds of other people doing the exact same thing and trying to come up with ideas. And that's fine. You just need to make sure that your version of it is interesting or fun or cool or whatever. Do something that makes your unoriginal idea special.
Is that all you got?
Did I calculate how much mana I'll need to kill it? Yeah, I calculated around 100 explosive traps. And that was going off of the math that the Wall of Flesh has around... Let me actually double check my Wall of Flesh HP number. But the Wall of Flesh has around 12,000 HP. My explosive trap does around 40 damage per attack. So that means around... Oh no, Wall of Flesh actually got around 14,000 HP. 12,000 is expert. Okay, so that means we'd actually need 1,400, 1,600, 1,200 split down the middle. So 350 explosions around. And if we make our explosives hit each of the eyes, then we would be looking at around 100, let's say 120 sentries. How much mana do we have? Which actually we almost have, so one more. Yeah, one more and we can put down 120 sentries, which I think should be enough if we have our explosive traps hit all of them. You plan to do it in legendary mode without exploits. However, exploits are necessary in order to unlock sentries.
Nice.
Good luck.
Incoming.
I think the Wall of Flesh would be the main obstacle. And we could do the Wall of Flesh regularly. I just really don't want to have to make the arena for that because it's kind of boring on stream. Did I factor in defense? We have armor penetration. Did I get the Zenith sword in any playthrough? Since you have Zenith, you're never quite using any other weapon. Yeah, no, the Zenith is really, really good. It's just the thing with the Zenith is that it's post-game. So usually by the time you get the Zenith, you don't really have things you need to kill anymore.
What next?
Again, put down some more monkey pirates. No, I mean, got space for them. What else am I gonna put in here?
DDT incoming.
Is it worth running Sharktooth Necklace? For me here, not really. We ignore most armor anyways, and plus I don't have a Sharktooth Necklace. If you have a Sharktooth Necklace, yeah, I mean, sure, there's not really that many. A lot of, you tend to have dead accessory slots, or just accessory slots that aren't that important in free hard mode, especially if you've got roller skates or chiller. So it's totally reasonable to slot in a Sharktooth Necklace somewhere.
Is that all you got?
Imagine if you put sentries in minecarts. That's actually kind of a funny idea.
Headshot.
I don't think Terraria currently has the framework for entities existing in minecarts. I think you'd have to add that. Because right now only players can exist in minecarts.
COMG incoming.
The solution is just put yourself in a minecart and then just make it so that when you're holding the sentry, you have it physically on you, on your lap, and then you could have a sentry in a minecart. Mouth has 0 defense. No, Mouth has like 12 defense or something. But no, and keep in mind we're at 40 damage now, before damage buffs, right? We could eat food, and that would give us like another point or two of damage.
Awesome.
Aetherium mana isn't affected by mana cost reductions. Yeah, also sentries don't take mana anymore.
Headshot.
No summoning weapons do.
DDT incoming. BFB incoming.
That's right. I guess I could throw down Alchemist. He can buff my guy.
COMG incoming. Got.
What food type is go-to right now? I mean, we have a Golden Delight. We could just eat that. Yeah, medium food buffs, desert fishing, yeah. Okay. Let's get a spot set up for the wall of flesh.
Headshot. Nice. Incoming. Is that all you got? BFB incoming.
Whoa. Did a coin rain happen? A coin rain must have happened, right? Yeah.
COMG incoming.
Coin rain? Yeah, it's a very rare event that they added in 1.4.5 where coins rain from the sky. I remember I got very misled by it. I thought it was restricted to a specific seed, because I only saw it as soon as I loaded into a specific seed. And it was like the instant I started playing the It's Always Raining seed, I saw a coin rain, so I was like, oh, this seed makes it so it always rains and gives special effects to the rain. No, it's just a thing that can happen with any rain. I just happened to get lucky and had it happen there. But yeah, it just drops coins all over the surface. It's not as exciting as it sounds. I think it's another one of the things that's kind of weird to have in regular seeds, as opposed to just in secret seeds. What do you think about drinking pure lemon juice? You're getting bored of it? Very acidic, kind of bad for your teeth. I used to really like, just like eating lemons as a kid. Kind of grew out of it though.
Headshot.
Coin range should spam your world with placed coin clutter. Those are way better ideas. I'm gonna get Relogic on the phone. Okay, well if there's 10 gold to the left, there's probably... Jeez, there's a lot of money here. Damn, okay. Feels very weird to just be given this from the sky for no reason, but hey, I mean, I'll take it. That's a lot of money. New rain, sand rain? Dude, that would actually have been like a kind of funny idea for a seed. Oh, this seed makes it so it rains a lot. And the rain just has a ton of random effects. It rains fucking sand, it rains boulders, it rains coins. But like that's kind of funny. Well, that comes from the coin dimension, Veg Runner.
Guys?
It rains good and bad stars, yeah. It rains cats and dogs, literally, yeah. Oh. Could save up for Cripple Moab on my sniper.
Headshot.
We got an instant wizard monkey. Okay. Dude, I forget that this is like a mobile game with microtransactions sometimes. Like, who the hell plays Bloons Tower Defense 6 and buys the, like, instant monkeys to use? I'm gonna go use my, sentry thing.
COMG incoming! BFB incoming!
Yeah, I know there are whales. It was more of a hypothetical, but... God, please, if you're out there and you have a lot of money,
Headshot!
don't spend it on, like, random mobile game microtransactions. There are way better things you can do with it. You know, speaking of Blood Moon, we could actually try to get, a shark tooth necklace. I mean, it's not like we have much better. You might as well put it right here, right? Yeah, there are way better things you can spend your money on. If you save up, you can take vacations, take trips places. You can buy really nice stuff. You can save for retirement. You can buy different games. You can go out and have nice meals at places. You can get, you know, gym memberships or exercise equipment at home. You can buy new clothes. You can buy a fursuit, yeah. You can commission furry artists for porn. That's usually pretty expensive. You could afford to have like a girlfriend or boyfriend. That's kind of expensive, especially if they don't live near you. You got to travel to see them. You know, you have to like pay to like go out to eat, and you have to pay to go out to places, mini golf, aquariums. It's kind of expensive. You could spend your Bloons Tower Defense 6 money on that. You could get really into one hobby, right? Like model train collecting, or Magic the Gathering, or Pokemon card collecting, or model airplanes, things like that. You know, all way better things to do than spend your money on gacha games or Bloons Tower Defense 6 or anything else with microtransactions. You can go bowling with the buds, yeah, and you can make buds. If you don't have anyone to go bowling with.
Headshot!
Warhammer seems super fucking expensive. It is, yeah. I don't know anyone who's super into Warhammer closely, but I've known people who have been into it. Oh, wait, I wanted to get Triple Moab. Oh, model trains also crazy expensive? Yeah, yeah. I went to a train museum in Kyoto, Kyoto Railway Museum. Lovely museum, by the way. Would recommend if you're in Kyoto. One of my favorite things that I did in Kyoto. They had little like train bento boxes where you could buy like a Shinkansen with food inside of it and take it to go. That was pretty cool. And they had this huge like model train exhibit where they had like a train show with model trains. It was massive. It was pretty cool. But yeah, they had like train stores nearby, and the prices of model trains are really expensive. I remember there was a model train expo that I went to with my dad once for Christmas. And even the secondhand prices for the model trains were really expensive. And then people have to maintain them, paint them, set things up. It's an expensive hobby. Are we okay? Are they finally... Have they breached the... Oh god, they breached the third line. I think we're still alive. I think we're good. Yeah, we're good. We're good. Sniper's clutching. I don't know if we're gonna be long for this world. How can I increase my firepower quickly? So I can line some cannons up along here, maybe?
Headshot.
Super glue? Oh, right, I have glue. Super glue is bottom path. I can always just buy one and make it bottom path or something. Glue gunner. Okay, so okay. I think I see the line here. No, that's not what I wanted. Right? Something like that? No, I know about banana farms, but the problem is they're, like, I have to move my mouse to pick up the bananas, and, like, I have to spend a lot of money to get the automated upgrade, so I don't really want to do that. Get marketplaces? I have to spend a lot of money to get that, though. Like, the build-up time is not worth it. Like, I get it. I'm aware that you can have the automated version of it. We literally did that on Sunday. Maybe I gotta... Right, that's not what I wanted. I don't know if we're gonna get a sharp tooth necklace. We might be dead here. No, we're good, we're good, we're good. We got it.
Headshot.
Is this free to play run? What? What? Yes, I'm not spending money on Balloons Tower Defense 6 and microtransactions. I literally just spent like a full 3 minutes shit talking microtransactions. Yeah, I'm not. You meant you have to buy the base game? Yeah, I mean, I bought the base game. It was like $250 or something. It's on Steam. We're good, we're good, we're good. Strong on 110. No luck with Sharptooth Necklace, unfortunately.
Headshot.
Yeah, no, I paid for Bloons Tower Defense 6. It was like $250 on Steam. It's on sale. Like not on sale. It's a bit more expensive, but I'm not. I did not buy the game not on sale, so. Squire Shield possible? It doesn't stack with Hunter's Scarf. Or Apprentice's Scarf. There's no reason to have both. I bought it at like 90% off. Yeah, isn't it like 90% off right now on Steam too? Yeah, the game's 80% off. It's $279 right now. And I'm pretty sure that's a similar deal to when I bought it like several years ago and played it for the first time. Bought it for 9 cents on the Google Play Store last night. Nice. You bought it at full price? I mean, it's not that expensive at full price. It's not like... There are some games that you never buy at full price. Like... A good example is like old Civilization games like Civilization 5 or Civilization 6 are unreasonably expensive at full price. But you can get bundles of them 90% off on sales very, very consistently. You think microtransactions are stupid, but you acknowledge that microtransactions might be the only thing keeping the company from going bankrupt. I mean, if a game is live service, right, and is getting continued updates and content over time, microtransactions are kind of necessary for that system to work. Because if you have an existing player base, they spent money once, and then that's it. There's nothing else for them to spend money on later. It's kind of hard to justify continued development of something. Like, you can sell a DLC where they pay for it, but like if you're just spending your time developing something for people that have already paid for the game, then it's tricky to have that be a sustainable business model. That's why that wasn't really a thing for a long time, unless it was a game that was kind of easy to maintain. So we're really have a little trouble here. Obvious answer: freeze guy.
Headshot.
He's your hero. He's the only way we're winning this one. Microtransactions are not inherently bad, but some devs implement them poorly. Yeah.
Headshot.
It works for Terraria. It's kind of hard to use Terraria as a baseline comparison because most games are not as wildly successful as Terraria. And the other thing with Terraria and a lot of other indie games is that they have small teams. If you have a small team, you don't need to make as much money to justify continuing to work on the game. And if you've sold as many copies as Terraria has, like, I don't think the devs have to worry about money. Terraria's like top 10 games ever. I think Terraria's like the 13th best-selling game of all time or something. You know, you sell enough copies, you don't have to care. But yeah, Terraria does also have a lot of merchandise, IRL. If you've never been to the Terraria store or looked at the Terraria Steam page whenever they announce they're doing some new like collab selling like coffee or energy drinks or whatever. It's 7th. Okay, I guess I was underrating it a bit. Thought I remembered it being lower. Yeah, point is, Terraria is very, very successful. And while it might not be... It's a pretty cheap game. When you're selling 70 million copies and you only have a handful of employees, you know. Even at $1 per copy, that's 70 million spread between like 20 people. Well, keep in mind they have to pay for advertising and well, probably not as much anymore. But there were also overhead costs for stuff. They had a studio. They've had multiple studios that they've hired. So it's not like they're just pocketing all of the money from sales, but I think how successful Terraria is a big part of why it has been able to continually be developed. You see with a lot of other indie games, oftentimes they will sell DLCs. That's a big part of how developers kind of justify continuing to work on a game. You know, think something like Dead Cells. Like, Dead Cells have been getting a lot of support and updates over time, but they sell DLCs to pay for it. A game like Don't Starve Together gets a ton of content over time, but Don't Starve Together has, like, microtransactions and cosmetics that people buy. It's very difficult to have a game that can be justified as being worked on for as long as Terraria has without having some kind of, you know, other monetization model. Imagine a Terraria sponsor for a video. I mean, that's a thing, no? Like, some Terraria creators have deals with, like, Terraria's merchandise, like, online store, which I'd fucking love if they wanted to pay me for that. But, yeah, no, there's, like, the Terraria store that has merchandise, and some people have like, discount codes, I think. Yeah, Chippy has one. Yeah, this video was brought to you by the Wall of Flesh mug from the Terraria store. Buy yours today. You can drink out of my Wall of Flesh mug. This one here, I'll send it to you. 20 bucks. Yeah, this part of balloons, like, I remember this is the part where I just got bored of balloons because, like, what am I even doing at this point, dude? I've got like $30,000. I could put down a fucking super monkey, I guess. Make him a sun avatar. It's like, sure, why not? Is this pre-recorded? Yeah. Put down a comically large amount of boomerang monkeys? Yeah. That's an option. You can do it.
Is that all you got?
Are you pre-recorded? Yeah. Okay, I think if we summon the Wall of Flesh there, by the time he gets here, he should be compacted. Okay, I think if I put one here. Yeah, in the middle there. This should be enough. Why not use dirt bombs? I don't have any. How would you use something you don't have? Are the chatters pre-recorded? Yeah. Actually, I have about 50 bots right now. This is my alibi for a murder case that I've been planning. You see, I was live streaming and interacting with chat the entire time, so I couldn't have been
Headshot.
in Arkansas.
Headshot.
You saw the bombs in those damn Crimson Hearts? Yeah, dude, I can't... If you weren't here on Sunday, it took me 12 Crimson Hearts to get a Crimson Rod. And I shit you not, the drops of those Crimson Hearts were Undertaker, 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 Crimson Heart, Crimson Heart, Crimson Heart, Panic Necklace, Panic Necklace, Panic Necklace, Rotted Fork, Crimson Rod. But, like... We were just getting all of the items in cycles of 3 per Brain of Cthulhu summon. What weapon they're going to use against a wall of flesh? Explosive Trap Rod. Also known as Nuclear Strike. You guys think we beat this wave? Probably. We've got pretty good Moab damage.
Headshot.
Yeah, we get there. Sniper, please. Sniper. Thank you. We win these. We win these. Yeah, he's my... I'm gonna get another main Moab on first.
Is that all you got?
Okay. You think this gets us there? I think it might. So I'm gonna do a test summon of the Wall of Flesh first to see if it funnels properly into here. And to see if we properly, like, triple hit and whatever. Mana chest is at spawn. Okay. Okay, hit all... Did it hit all 3? Hang on. Can somebody play that back and see if it hit all three? It hit two? Which one didn't it hit? The bottom? I don't think it hit the bottom. Okay. We need to put it a bit further down then. Spike Factory as a last defense? Yeah, good. Maybe something more like this. Let's try that. Wait for the guide to respawn. I should make a house down there. You saw it hit all three? It might have hit like a hungry or something. It doesn't seem like it hit all three. I'm pretty sure I only saw 2 damage numbers. And other people said it only hit 2 as well, so. Yeah, they all share a health bar, so damaging one will make the health bar appeal on all of them.
Headshot.
Let's change to the bottom of the world. Insta-killing if you drop the guide into the lava and he hits the bottom of the world first. The wall doesn't spawn? Damn. That's very unfortunate. Oh, fuck off. Okay.
Headshot.
Game's gonna make me do a goblin invasion first before we can go try the wall of flesh again. Unfortunately, NPCs can't spawn during a goblin invasion, so we have to wait. Yeah, if we want a gnome, we could make a little hole right here. That way if another one spawns, it just gets turned into a actual gnome. Is Shadowflame Hextall a sentry? No. No, it's a melee weapon. Actually, it'd probably be easier to just we can go do what we meant to do the first time. Just put an explosive trap here, put an explosive trap here, and put like a Houndius Shootius up here. Yeah, now that we actually have a good reforge on the Houndia Shootius, it's growing on me a little bit. A little bit. But man, getting this thing broken right off the bat was painful.
Is that all you got?
Please, speak in English. Windhoek. Yeah, we're not using whips. Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that, those explosives on the wall of flesh did do like 40 damage, right? That's good. Reforgers have tag damage as a modifier. Yeah, you can use whips on sentries. Tag damage does work on them. I'm just not.
Seriously?
Oh. Well, alright then. Okay, let's... I think we're at the point where we focus on the wall of flesh now. I didn't even look at it. What killed us? What were we on? Like, we have 124 or something? I didn't realize how much knockback the Houndia Shootius does. It's actually quite a lot. Yeah, tag damage works for sentries. Like I said, you can use whips on them. But we're not doing that. A second Houndia Shootius or is the second Goblin Army? This is the second Goblin Army. Oh god, no. We're still not doing the same Goblin Army from before. No, we had a random one spawn. We're working on the Wall of Flesh right now. Yeah, guys, I've been spending the past, like, 6 hours in-game killing a Goblin Invasion with a broken Houndia Shootius. Please kill me. Hire a Sniper Monkey to put me out of my misery. How am I planning to kill the Wall of Flesh? Nuclear bomb. How did early game even go? You assuming you did Old Army first, then Deoclops? No, we did Deoclops with Crimson Rod, and then used the Houndia Shootius to kill the Brand of Cthulhu and the Goblin Invasion, and then did the Old One's Army. Remember, you can't do the Old One's Army until you kill the evil boss, so we had to get a weapon to do that first. Crimson Rod's not technically a sentry, but, you know, it's close enough. Will proximity mine launcher count as a sentry? No. Spiky balls also do not count as a sentry. I don't know where you got that idea. This is a valid house, right? Torch, chair, workbench, door. Yeah, it's a valid house. Oh, isn't there a thing with NPCs not liking moving into the underworld? I was grabbing spiky balls in case the bomb didn't kill the wall. No, no. I was doing a goblin invasion because a goblin invasion happened. I didn't really have much of a choice. Have you ever tried Terraria Archipelago before? I don't know what that is, no. Very unlucky, no guide spawn today. If they add more sentries and endgame hit scan one would be really nice. Right now they all struggle a bit to hit Moonlord. You know what doesn't struggle to hit the Moonlord? Explosive trap. That's basically hit scan when you think about it. Why does my nurse hate sitting in her house so much? She's on the bottom floor. Her chair's right there. There's no enemy or anything. Wall of Flesh next to logical. Yeah, right now we're working on our setup. We're doing a nuke setup for the Wall of Flesh. Because I didn't want to have to terraform the underworld into an arena. We've got one right here. We're waiting to test it. We need to wait for the guide to respawn. What if Crimson Rod was turned into a sentry and a new mage weapon was added to the loot table in return? The Crimson Rod is a very, very powerful weapon. That would be a huge, huge buff to Summoner. They're fine as magic weapons. Like, they don't need to be sentries. I don't think we need more whips now that whip stacking's removed. Like, there's not really much reason to have multiple whips at a stage in the game if you only use one at a time and their functional effects aren't that unique. Like, for the most part, it's tag damage. And then some of them have, like, secondary auxiliary effects, but it's mostly just tag damage. Hello? Guide? Please move in. You still use them for debuff stacking? Poison? What other one applies a debuff? I guess the fire one. Firecracker, that applies a debuff. Yeah, so doing the math, if the Wall of Flesh is 14,200 HP, then we would expect to need 355 explosions to kill him, which would be 118 sentries, which I think is about how much Ethereum mana we have. Maybe we get a little bit extra just in case, but let's check and make sure our setup will hit all three of them at once. Compacting. Okay, that's all 3. Okay. It's okay. The guide will respawn. We'll be okay. So, because I think we're right at the... I think we have 120 sentries. In the off chance of low damage variation rolls, whatever, we'll get a couple more. Maybe we do 1 more Old One's Army. Yeah, as long as the Wall of Flesh is at minimum speed, we won't have an issue with Hungry eating the explosions. This would be doable in mouse mode, yeah. I'm gonna wait till nighttime, see if the guide respawns. It'd save me a bit of trouble if he did. I don't know if NPCs can respawn during the Old One's Army. Yeah, it looked like we did like a 38 damage explosion and a 39 damage explosion. So maybe, possibly, slight issue. We should fully penetrate the eyes. But then we also haven't eaten our food yet, so we'll get a little damage buff off that, like a point or 2. And honestly, we could reforge 1 or 2 to menacing just to eke out a couple damage points. Okay, no luck with the boss. Also check how many mana we have. Oh, actually, right now we have 128. So yeah, 1 more Old One's Army, we will definitely have enough. We haven't set up an ice enemy farm yet, no. Okay, NPCs can show up during Old One's Army. Good to know. Yeah, it looks like the nurse is getting hoiked. She's just randomly bouncing backwards, but... Yeah, that right there. You see that? What's up with that? It deals 38 damage in 125.26 sentries. Yeah, we already have 128, so... Maybe some Pathfind nonsense that makes NPCs avoid the crystal? No, she's not avoiding the crystal. Because NPCs can be on top of the crystal. Yeah, we've got fast mining speed, though. When we get a hard mode pickaxe, we can do that really easily. How does Ethereum mana work now? I feel like they added more checks. If the game recognizes that there is Ethereum mana existing outside of the Old One's Army, it will delete the Ethereum mana. However, the game only checks whether Ethereum mana exists when you interact with it. As in, opening a chest that contains it, having it in your inventory actively, opening up a piggy bank or a void bag. So as long as you avoid looking at the Ethereum mana and checking on it, you can stockpile as much as you want outside of the event. And it'll continue until looked at. And as long as you only look at it during the event, it'll be accessible. How will I move the mana to the underworld? Just start the event, grab it, and then go down to the underworld. The enemies are stalled here with a hoik, so they'll never kill the crystal. We'll also need to do an actuator setup to pile all the sentries on top of each other. Well, strictly speaking, we don't need to use an actuator. You can just destroy the block, but, you know. Yeah, the game doesn't have object permanence. As long as it's not looking at it, it doesn't exist. Also, fair warning in advance, it's going to be very loud when the nuke goes off. Isn't there a hoik setup for trap stacking? It's much easier to use actuators. There might be a hoik setup, but we don't need a hoik setup. We can just use actuators. Can't we just use plat? Guys, I'm gonna set up an actuator. I've done it before. I know how to do it easily. It's consistent. It literally takes 20 seconds. And in fact, it's already set up. All I need to do is buy a timer, a wrench. Actually, no, a switch, a wrench, and an actuator. And like 2 pieces of wire. That's it. We're good. Oh, there's a blood moon. We could also just chill here for a minute, see if we get get a shark tooth necklace. So it would be nice to have one. If you drop the crystal into the void in 1.45, you'll instantly lose. Alright, I feel like that's to be expected, but yeah. That's not something you're going to do on accident. It'd be very hard to unintentionally do that. Oh, I don't have my war table buff. Was the hard mode upgrade Orca Teeth? Sounds like a Calamity accessory. Yeah, explosive traps also have a very large vertical clearance above them where they still hit. I'm asking, will you instantly lose if you drop the crystal? I don't think the crystal kills enemies, but it does kill friendly NPCs allegedly. I'm not sure. One could use the fancy door drills to delete the place chest to avoid accidentally opening it while it isn't active. Transmutation. Yeah, you could. You could also just put a lock on it. Illogical. If you've got a golden key, you can lock chests. So you'd consume the key each time, but it would prevent it from being opened accidentally. Can you quick stack to locked chests? I'm actually not sure. You don't know how to do that? Chest lock is an item you can craft. Yeah, I'm not sure if you can quick stack to locked chests. But I assume this would be like a long-term storage. You know, for much later. Like if you were grinding it up for like tier 2 or tier 3 or something. Did I beat any mechanical? We're still in the Wall of Flesh. We'll be killing the Wall of Flesh very soon. But we're still free hard mode. But we're almost at the point where we can get our Queen Spider Staff, which is exciting. And then, is there literally any other way to get more minion slots before the Moon Lord? Because I'm trying to think of them, and I can't think of a single other way to get another minion slot. Is 3 just the maximum until the Moon Lord outside of the Old One's Army? Well, Old One's Army armors. That's right. The Old One's Army armors. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. That's right. I think you get 2 off of those. So that gives us 5 sentries. Maybe 3 on the late ones. Max is 6. Okay. That's not a lot. That's not a lot. But we can use the Old One's army to get more sentries if we need them. The goal is to, you know, not use nukes outside of necessity, but, you know, sometimes it is a necessity. Sentries don't use minion slots? No, they have their own unique slots. Yeah, Pygmy Necklace does not give you more sentries. There are a couple of items that specifically increase your sentry capacity. The War Table, the Cycle of Old One's Army accessories, Apprentice's Scarf, Squire Shield, Monks, Huntress's Buckler, and Monk's... What the fuck does the Monk use? Okay, Huntress has a Buckler, Squire has a Shield, Apprentice has a Scarf. What the fuck does the Monk use? Belt? Okay. Monk's Belt, that's the last one. I would... gun to my head, I would never have gotten that. Wait. How much price inflation is there for Atonia crystals? Could you buy a bunch of Atonia crystals cheap and then sell them later after killing a mechanical boss? Kind of a funny idea. Think they always sell for the same amount? Yeah, I know they increase after killing one mech. I'm saying, could you buy a bunch of them before killing one mech and then sell a bunch? 25 silver to 1 gold. With happiness, I think that would be a net positive, but I don't think it'd be a lot. Assuming the sell price increases. Sell price remains 5 silver regardless? Oh. Yeah, this is the chest lock here. Put that on a chest. Okay, our mechanic is out in the middle of nowhere. Okay, so somebody said that you can summon a sentry on... Okay, let's just do this then. I didn't realize my mechanic was living in a floating island. My guide's not alive yet. We have to wait for him to respawn. But I could easily make him spawn in the correct location by... going up here and moving the arm sealer back in here. Then when the guy moves into an empty house, it will be the underworld house. Did you know that in... Damn it. Where did he move into? Down. Oh. He's living in the monkey leg. It's illegal to grow cotton without a permit because they're afraid of people accidentally breeding boll weevils? I didn't know that, no. That's Sniper Monkey. You can tell because he's got a gun. Okay, see right there? That's his gun. The gun has a nail sticking out of it, though. That's not a nail, that's the muzzle. Okay, we need to wait till nighttime so the guide will move in, but... we're almost there. Hard mode's exciting, though. Mechanical bosses are going to be real tough. The first mechanical boss is going to be difficult. The two after that are not going to be difficult. We have to identify which mechanical boss we're going to have the most success with. I think it's probably going to be twins. I think twins are the most manipulatable. Skeletron Prime also has a low HP pool. He's decently manipulatable, but he's kind of awkward to... does a lot of damage. If you speed up the game once, the time for the NPC to move in stays decreased even after you leave the bed. Well, that's good, but we're not actually waiting for an NPC to move in right now. We're waiting for nighttime for the NPC to move to his house. Explosive trap on destroyer coil. We need a nuke. The number of explosive traps we have isn't enough at base. You can Flambo. You can target with sentries. You just right click with them. Destroyer is the most manipulatable. He's not. He spends a lot of his time underground, out of where he can be attacked. Yeah. The other two remain in consistent locations around you. But the destroyer doesn't. He's constantly moving. You can just sit still and keep the twins in the same spot, which means you can make attacks hit them very consistently, but you can't do that with the destroyer. Destroyer because explosive trap. Our explosive trap is not enough to insta-kill the destroyer. Not unless we did a nuke. The destroyer has a lot of HP. We could get a lot of hits on his first spawn, but not enough to kill him. Not with our tier 1 sentries. If we had tier 2, maybe, but like keep in mind, we're working with tier 1 sentries here. Tier 1 sentries, Queen Spider, and Barnacle Staff. Creative Shot goes away when you're far away, so we can... I put my crystals away. Damage could be consistent, but we only have 9 minutes. Like, it's not going to be consistent enough. We're not attritioning the destroyer because we don't have... Guys, we have 9 minutes to kill the mechs. We can't attrition the destroyer. No, we need damage. We need DPS. Yeah, Bounticle might work for twins. I think Queen Spider is also a solid play for twins. Okay, we're gonna put down our Houndius Shootiuses to protect us. 9 minutes is not plenty of time to kill the destroyer with a tier 1 explosive trap rod, and I don't particularly want to do the destroyer first, which is why I'm saying I'm not doing the destroyer first. So no. You're welcome to use explosive trap rods on the destroyer if you want to. I'm not going to. Yeah. I think sentry damage updates live, but I'll do this just in case. It'll hold it indefinitely, Craig. If it's early tiers. Once they get flying enemies, they won't, but... Get ready for a lot of that. That's the anti-wall of flesh technology we've been developing. I told you guys it was going to be loud. It's not even that loud. Sorry, what was that? A bit too quiet for you? Okay. And then as our last line of defense, in case for some reason all of these manage to not kill the wall of flesh, we've got our Houndiest Shootiest firing squad. Alright. Here goes nothing. 43 base damage after the food buff. Time to teach this wall of flesh a lesson. A lesson in nuclear physics. Got him. Double tapped. The reason it double tapped is because some of them were on cooldown from hitting the hungry. Okay. Right. We could save a little bit of mana for our first Old One's army, I guess. Would it be worth doing it twice? What would we get from killing the Wall of Flesh again? We don't... Well... Okay. Okay, idea. Let's ask a question. Are we going to need emblems? Are we going to need more than one emblem? Because we can shimmer our emblem. We can make it a summoner emblem. We're not going to want a destroyer emblem. And honestly, I don't even know if we're going to want an Avenger emblem. Destroyer emblem sucks on summoner. Avenger emblem's 12%. You can get Hercules Beetle. That's 15%. And like, I feel like the only time we're going to be crunched for damage where we need DPS is pre-mech. And pre-mech, you can only use one emblem anyways. So I don't really think there's any value in killing multiple Wall of Fleshes. We could optimize our damage a lot later in the game, but I don't think we're going to need to be blunt. So yeah, I don't think there's any need to. No, the guide can spawn during the Old One's army. Old One's army enemies can spawn during. We can't speed up time by sleeping, though. So yeah, I don't think there's any reason to go down there and do more Wall of Fleshes. However, I've got 4 suspicious-looking eyes. I could use some money. How about you guys? Hello. Goodbye. Hello. Okay, is there anything else we want to nuke? Oh, Badger's hat. Queen's... This wouldn't actually nuke Queen's Slime. I mean... Do we have a Gelatin Crystal nearby? Because, I mean, I could totally just nuke Queen's Slime. You know what? We'll just keep this Old One's army running in the background. And... You know, if there's anything we need to kill, we can just... We've got that. We've got that. They're not going to go anywhere. The traps are not going to go anywhere. The Old One's army ones have unlimited time during the event itself, so... This would kill Queen Slime? It wouldn't insta-kill her. We've got about 6,000 damage per activation. I'm sure we could kill Queen Slime that way. It just wouldn't insta-kill her. Oh, guys, I can make it seem like I'm an actual, like, live streamer. That's crazy. got so many ways to impersonate being an actual streamer. We're gonna go down to a Shimmer and Shimmer to a Summoner Emblem. Can stuff like Pirates happen while the Old One's army is active? Yes. Can they spawn naturally? I'm not sure. You can have overlapping invasions. Because you can use the extra sentries to kill pirates. I don't know if the natural spawn can happen. But you can definitely manually summon them. Or maybe it's you manually summon pirates and then start the Old One's army? I don't actually quite remember. It's been a little bit. Oh yeah, no, we haven't broken an altar yet, so pirates physically can't spawn right now, but... it's food for thought. Unfortunately, thought is no match for food, though, and food turns thought into a pickaxe. Oh, fuck. Invisible. No! 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 My summoner emblem! It's not fair! It's not fair! Stash this in here. You tried to kill Moonlord with old army sentries in your village point when you realize you can't use the celestial sigil during the old one's army? Yes, you need to summon the Moonlord and then start stacking your sentries. You can get down quite a lot of them. If you have the full minute timer, well, you'd only have 12 seconds, which I think is 24 sentries. Not a whole lot. Assuming perfect timing, too. You might be able to summon the Old One's army during the pillars. And then... just keep it going. Like, surely, once you kill the last pillar, even if the Old One's army's going on, the Moonlord would still spawn, right? Like, if you kill the last pillar, I think Moonlord spawn invasion starts. And even if not, if you started the spawning, and you have 60 seconds, you could summon over 100 sentries in that time. You know, it's not quite an insta-kill, but it's a lot. Okay, Summoner Emblem takes up to 44 damage with our buff. Which is... oh, we died, so we lost the Golden Blight. That's right. So I'm going to Giga Stack into Ballista. It depends on the boss. Okay, we need a... hive. Not hive. Oh, actually... okay. Would you guys rather go for Queen Spider first, or go for... Barnacle first? Let's go for Barnacle. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling Barnacle. I've never gotten one before. Could be fun. Is Barnacle... dependent on depth? Like, is it surface or underground only, or is it just any jungle? Anywhere jungle? Okay. Will I not kill Wall of Flesh again? We've got time. We've got time to figure it out. Besides, it's nighttime. We couldn't kill him right now, anyways. Barnacle legit. So we'll reserve judgment until we can do it ourselves. No, if I save and quit, it's going to despawn my nuke. Barnacle Staff? It's a new sentry from the Dead Cells crossover. Oh, I was not looking at the screen. Tortoises exist, by the way. Fun fact. Yeah, but I don't care about Loudfish because we don't care about Loudfish. I should check what Traveling Merchant has. I think if you summon an Old One's Army Sentry on another Old One's Army Sentry, it should get upgraded instead of spawning another sentry. Well, you can't normally spawn them on top of each other. That's why we had to do the whole roundabout thing. Do I care about Extendo Grip? Or roller skates? Don't think so. I'm not really going to be that mobile. I'd rather just save my money. Barnacle's got fast speed and a debuff. Fox spokes? Okay. That was weird. I didn't see anything on the life form analyzer. But that was goblin invasion music, and that only happens in the outer parts of the world if there's a pal world spawn. That was weird. Right? About 130. Cebu. Oh, I also could have gotten ale now that I think about it. That's fine. We'll just eat our -5 fishing power. That's okay. Alright, we might be here for a minute. What are you guys thinking? Is there a jungle map? Candy Falls? You're doing Winter Park right now? Looks cool. Sure. Okay, who are we? We just open with Quincy?
Are you kidding me? Nothing gets past my bow.
I mean, nothing gets past his bow. He drew some great fucking tack shooter placements, by the way. Yeah, day one was on Sunday. The VOD's still up, though, if you want to go watch it. After the stream, preferably, but, you know. You know, I have not caught a single crate. Which is absurd. Quincy, what the fuck, man? Is a crate potion? I don't particularly want crates, is the thing. If I drink a crate potion, I'm less likely to get my bountiful stuff, so. Quincy may need some support. No, it was just very strange that we hadn't gotten any crates, because crates are a flat 10% chance regardless of fishing power, so. Get range upgrade? Does it need range upgrade? Will it not hit everything here? Because isn't that overlapping all of the spaces? Yeah, I don't think it needs range. Too late, we've locked in.
Oh yeah.
Or you can just... I mean, it looks like they're going pretty far, no? At least visually. Like that's totally... Is that Matt Pat? No, that's Quincy. That's the lovable Quincy. Sniper's a good job, mate. You missed the Wall of Flesh fight? Yeah. Wall of Flesh is a bit of a quick shot. It was a pretty fast fight. I dealt damage to him and he was dead about half a second later. And right now we're just kind of hoping to get a Barnacle Staff. We've been fishing for about 8 minutes. You've been struggling with a no crafting challenge run and just got to hard mode. And you know, anyway, you know you can get some better gear. Yeah, so armor on a no crafting run, you're pretty much going to be locked into either Old One's Army stuff or Queen Slime stuff. If you want a late game armor set, my suggestion would be that you farm the tier 1 Old One's Army pre-mech until you have enough armor sets to get a tier 3 armor set, which is 150. You're going to have to do it a lot of times. But it's going to be pretty difficult with no crafting weapons to consistently beat the Old One's Army later. You could also go for tier 2. That one works. But you can do Queen Slime a couple times to get the Crystal Assassin armor set. As far as weapons, you can get random mimic spawns. You can get hold on, let me pause and think for a second. You can get random mimic spawns. You can get you can buy things from the arms dealer, shotgun. You can get barrel launcher. You can get just outright weapon drops. The fishing weapons, drippler crippler. You have limited fishing stuff. You need to well, you can get a bug net from the merchant. But like sonar potions are limited. Marrow, ice bow. Yeah, it's gonna be tough to use magic weapons. Get a bit of AoE on that guy. What's the marrow? Drop from skeleton archers. It's a bow.
Nice.
Yeah, Shadow Flame bow or other goblin army drops. The problem is it's kind of hard to consistently get a goblin army because you cannot make the summon for it. So you're kind of at the mercy of RNG. Get some anti-lead defenses for when they start showing up. Summons don't cost any mana in 1.4.5. Sentries. Sentries and summons both, but yeah. Only blood moon you had was your 3rd day. Rough. I mean, you can potentially get a bed from the underworld or dungeon and sleep in that. Have a gnome yet? No, we had one gnome spawn, but he died. I probably could have fit in multiple tack shooters now that I think about it. Try out monkey aces. Are those these guys in the plains? Is this the right one? The name's not hovering, so. Okay. How does... What? Okay, so he's just like... Okay. Oh, don't worry. I'll be playing Sekiro on a dance pad somewhat soon, Zenkrak. Okay, so they're just running... I kind of hate these guys. They're putting so much clutter on the screen.
Yes.
Okay. I think I could squeeze in... Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Now this guy gets a range upgrade. Slogan is unironically good against Eater of Worlds. Yeah, it's infinite piercing and a debuff is solid against a big worm enemy. I've now learned pro BTD6 strats. A middle path for saw blades. Okay. So, do you guys think, is middle path best paired with top path or bottom path? I'm not going to do all of these guys as middle, but is faster or more? Top? Okay. Let me try out one of these guys as a bottom. So don't worry, we have plenty of tack shooter experience. Oh shit, that's a lot of range on that guy. Monkey villagers can give range? Okay. Well, we'll try him out. We can try some stuff out. Man, not much luck with these legendary catches though, huh? I pressed my throw button on accident. Oh wait, I can is my tavern keep over here? That's okay. It was just a way to give myself an excuse to go back and get ale to buff my fishing power.
Incoming.
Tack shooters? It's okay. It's all right. Our dart monkey's got our back. A one single solitary dart monkey's got it. Our Moab damage sucks right now. We gotta fix that. Maybe a upgrade to main Moab. Maybe a cannon, a Moab Mauler. Put in more snipers too. Maybe I should get more snipers. I never have too many snipers. Oh, I could be sending these monkey knowledge points. I'm gonna get main Moab first and then put down some extra snipers. Bottom tack with top placed right up against track destroys Moabs really efficiently. Okay. I keep getting it scraggling time, which is really unfortunate. That's another legendary catch. And if we weren't getting it scraggling time, I think we'd be getting the barnacle staff. But all my legendary catches are going on a fucking painting. Are we okay? Sniper? 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 Quincy?
Oh, come on.
Quincy, I thought you said nothing get past your bow. Quincy! Quincy! Quincy, they're getting past your bow. Okay, we gotta... Okay, maybe I just... Hold on. I've been ignoring bottom path sniper, but what if I just... Bottom path rapid fire camo shredding sniper? Yeah, I don't care about Bloons Tower Defense 6 backseating that much. I mean, it might be a little... I'm not gonna necessarily read everything you guys are saying, because, like, it's fucking... Um, I've got a lot on my mind, but I should probably get a monkey village buffing my tack shooters. Yeah. I probably want Monkey Intelligence Bureau, right? Because these guys aren't fire. So they... Hey, woo, woo. Huh? What the fuck, game? Did my line snap? Did I not click fast enough? Because I sure as hell was spamming the button. Ah, that's fine. We'll get another one. Like, too late of a click? Fortunate, I guess. You rewound, it looks like the line snapped. Damn. Buff Village is what buffs tack shooters? Yeah, but you said it buffs their range, and I already have a lot of... Like, they already have range buffs. More range isn't helping. Right now, I think the ability to pop camo and lead and stuff would be nice. Because none of them have that ability. And then plus we can start putting other guys around there too. Should be nice.
Incoming.
Honestly, our first line of defense, this tack shooter up here is putting in some fucking work.
What next?
I mean, Quincy's also putting in work. And Sniper Monkey... Every time I think one of my towers is doing something good, I look over at my Sniper Monkey and just see my Sniper Monkey completely demolishing them in kill count. No, the golden fishing rod's able to snap. It has no... Snapping's a flat chance that happens regardless of your pole or fishing rod. There's no way to stop it, and there's no way to reduce its chances outside of getting a high-test fishing line.
Headshot.
Sure hope I have an answer to camo lead balloons. Dude, I've got a fucking corner of death down here for... just for that reason. Yeah, full auto next. You finish your final attempt to Zenith with your favorite class, Summoner, never doing that seat again. It's so unfun. Oh, it's brutal, yeah. Is my fishing power high enough to actually catch it? Yeah. We just caught one earlier. It just... our line snapped or something. It's okay. We're gonna go home, crack these open. There's a very good chance we get to masturbate off this. Yeah. 7. So that's good. That'll increase our chances. And then we need to make more sonars. We're out of coral. Let me get some more coral. Snag some more sonars.
Incoming.
Shadow key out of here. Just going furniture. We got $5,000. Fall auto. Okay. Okay. Alchemist for sniper. Okay. You said the alchemist buffs the closest monkey to it. Should I buff the Moab one or the full auto one, you think?
Headshot.
Full auto. Middle super puffin. Are there any other buffs from Alchemist I should go for? Past 3? I don't have enough XP for 4 yet, but... Full auto will have less up. Well, I mean, I could just do both, right? Like, I could just put another alchemist on the other side and just buff him. Right? She got better uptime on buff. Okay. Is Get Fixed Boy actually substantially harder than For the Worthy? Is it just longer, worse to play? Both. Both. I mean, it's definitely a lot more difficult, but the ways in which it's difficult are not interesting, for lack of a better word. That is, you're not going to get, like, more mechanically challenging boss fights. You're just going to have a lot of annoying features that you have to deal with. Traps everywhere. New traps. Lava doesn't damage enemies anymore. The surface is hell. Really high spawn rates on the surface. Like, the boss fights are, for the most part, going to be the same as For the Worthy, Macdusa excluded. And then you just have a really annoying world on top of that. Upgrading the tax shooters. I will when I get some more money. Hey, line fucking snapped again. Okay, that time, that was on a misclick. That one, the line did snap. And if the line snapped the first time, too, that's a 1 in 49 chance, by the way. It's a 1 in 7 chance for a line to snap each time. Alright, you know what? We'll do all 3. We got the rainbow going on down there. All 3 paths.
you got?
What's happening in the bottom left corner? In Terraria or in Bloons? In the bottom left corner, I got a bunch of tacks compacted together. In Terraria, the bottom left corner is Bloons. It's a tower defense game. We're doing it to pass the time. When fishing for stuff. It's kind of sentry coded. You're basically putting down towers to do stuff, so it's kind of thematic for the whole sentries only thing. Save up for overdrive. What level am I? What's my level in Bloons? I think 36. Like, low. We started playing this on Sunday. The only Bloons I've played has been, like, one stream a couple years ago around Christmas, I think. And then, like, Sunday and today for, like, the couple of games we did there. So I'm not, like, a Bloons expert or anything. I played a hell of a lot more, like, Bloons Tower Defense 4 in like, middle school on the school PCs or whatever. That's still a thing. Do the kids still play, like, online browser games in schools nowadays? The plane's getting no love. Dude, I don't even know what the planes are doing. Honestly, I kind of forgot they existed. What are good upgrades for the planes? Also, you say that the planes are getting no love. You know, spare no tears for the poor 000 Dart Monkey in the cuck corner. Just watching everything go on without him. Bottom path is fun on planes? Okay. Top sounds and looks the coolest? Okay. That's all I needed to hear. Wait, that's not... Oh. Okay.
Yes! Incoming!
The top is the worst? Sorry, I want the top. They said it looked cool. They said it looked cool! Top lane is fighter missiles? Dude, that's cool as shit. What is this guy doing down here? My man. That is not where I want you to go. Whatever. He's a free spirit. We can't control him. Okay, well he's got homing now, so hopefully he doesn't suck anymore. Okay, I need to check real quick. 2,000. 2,000. 20. Yeah. Shout out to this fucker. 20 doubt pops. And then, honestly, my sniper monkey's been demolishing. Do you think there are ways to make Terraria fishing more interesting? Oh, I'm sure there are ways to make Terraria fishing more interesting. Good ways that make it better? I don't know. The fact that Terraria fishing is kind of simple is a big part of why it's like designed the way that it is. If you rebalance Terraria fishing, like even a mini game or something, you'd also need to like rebalance like drop rates and a lot of stuff like that. Because if you had to sit like a Stardew Valley style mini game every single fish, it would be miserable because most of the fish are very low quality, not great catches. You know, it's a bit disappointing. These tack shooters don't... they kind of lose their personality when you upgrade them to 4. Like on 3, they've all got colors, but on 4, they just turn kind of gray with some highlights. Tier 5 gets their colors back? Okay, I'll get you back when I've got like $150,000. Great plain middle path so they can see camo? Nah, they will be okay. I'll do the fighter one middle path so we can see camo.
Awesome.
Because what kind of fighter can't see camo? Well, we need to get the fighter plane first. Nice, this gets us more XP if we spend that money, right? Is Tack Shooter my favorite monkey? Yeah, dude, I love Tack Shooter. Okay. What other monkeys do you guys think we put around this monkey intelligence bureau? Just we want guys with power that maybe a super monkey and then ignore the what kind of upgrades do you have? Robo monkey? Get some robo monkeys in here? Gotta get some robo monkeys. Am I looking for its scraggling time? No. No, I'm looking for a barnacle staff. What's a... I saw the color. Okay? I saw the color because the barnacle staff is literally the only thing that I can catch that has a color. But no, it was just a fucking tropical barracuda. No, you can catch barnacle staff on surface. We've already caught it on surface. But our line snapped. Twice. Tropical barracuda is a quest fish. Oh, we've got Brian the dog.
Nice.
That was a little close. Not enough for the fighter plane yet. He's early hard mode. Oh, Yeah, we are getting some hard mode awards through fishing. I guess that is true.
Is that all you got? Incoming.
I hate that Quincy's voice lines overlap. So, I mean, he's within range. He's within range of the thing, so I don't care about the bottom path. So, top path is just more damage, is that? That was more damage and pierce. Okay. Is Tech Terror worth it? That's a lot of money. Probably not, right? What even are derplings? Or some kind of insect. It's an ability? Oh, yeah, fuck that. No, we're fishing for a bounticle staff. Traveling merchant, huh? You keep thinking the doubts are flies on your monitor? Dude, how many flies do you have on your monitor usually? I don't have more than 2 at a time. There's like 8 on screen here.
Is that all you got? BFP incoming.
Bottom path tack is the least expensive. $21K, $16K, and that one's like $50K. So no, middle path is the cheapest. Yeah, we can save up for some tack upgrades. I think we're holding here. I don't have the XP for that Obama-fied Enchanted Sundial. Middle only gains an ability? Hmm. Sonar Potion Waff. I think we'll be okay on round 80. We've got May Moab. Oh, Bramble Pipe.
COMG incoming.
I played the OG Plants vs. Zombies. Yeah, actually. There was a point in time where my sister used to sell secondhand games at a flea market, and she had a copy of Plants vs. Zombies for the Xbox 360 that we play tested to make sure it worked. I played about an hour of it. It's a fine game. Easy game. Just keep it rolling. I haven't played a ton of Plants vs. Zombies, though. Yeah, I don't care about abilities. I'm not really using them. I also played Burger King Pocket Bike Racer. I played like the first 30 minutes of Oblivion. A lot of just random stuff like that. When am I gonna do wooden hammer only playthrough? Never. In free play, your XP gain is lowered a ton. Okay, we're just doing this to pass the time while we fish, man. See how far we can go. Maybe barnacle staff? No, we've caught 2 barnacle staffs. The line broke on both of them.
Is that all you got?
Druids are crazy strong? Okay, we'll put a druid down here. Is the barnacle staff even worth it? It's not about being worth it. It's about the sunk cost fallacy and how people that believe in it are cowards. Guys, I want to try the barnacle staff. I've never used it before. I don't care if it sucks. I want to get it. Again, I don't care if it sucks. I don't care if other things are better. I want to try it. I haven't used it. I don't know, Nanaki.
Is that all you got?
Alright, we almost got enough. Oh, titanium crate. A sundial could be nice. If we hadn't rolled crate for that catch, it probably would have been a barnacle staff. Alright, tax zone it is. I don't know, you keep saying that druids are great, but like, I'm looking at this guy down here. 0 pops. Like, that's pretty bad. Even my dart monkey up in the top right corner is 20 pops. 0? Why would I ever use that guy? He hasn't popped a single balloon.
All right.
With druid OBGYN strats, you need 6 druids to stack and buff each other. It falls out. I don't care that much. I'd rather just like stack boomerang monkeys. Actually, now that I think about it.
Is that all you got?
Okay. I think we've shored up our defenses pretty well.
Incoming!
They're a valuable asset to our army.
BFB incoming! Is that all you got?
I mean, did I pick the right path for
What's up?
Quincy? Oh, they're flying enemies, Goat. Kind of hard to hoik those.
Headshot!
Man. This barnacle staff sure is something, huh?
Is that all you got?
With government mechanics rod? Yeah, I could. It's 5% more fishing power, so it's something. I mean, shove my mechanic in here. Too bad you can't nuke the pond for the barnacle staff. Dude, Terraria if it was good.
Alright. Incoming! Headshot! BFB incoming!
You guys think we have enough for a fighter plane? Yeah, we do. Go get him, boss. Dude, that druid fucking sucks. He did nothing to stop them. Why do you guys keep telling me to get druids? Druids are great. He did fucking nothing. My doubt monkey in the top right corner did more than that druid. Look at that, 27 pops versus 22. That guy sucks.
DDT incoming!
So I can upgrade this guy a little bit.
Headshot! Headshot.
Okay. If I don't get another barnacle staff by the end of this, this sonar potion, I'm gonna be a little annoyed.
Incoming.
I could goop some guys. Yeah, that's right. Do a little gooping. No, chairs do buff fishing as of 1.4.5. Used to be toilets only, but they made it chairs too. Okay.
Awesome.
Okay. We got it. Barely does more damage than those, but whatever.
DDT incoming. Incoming. BFB incoming.
Okay. Okay, I mean, it's hitting, guys.
Headshot.
That's good. Okay. We've got a gelatin crystal right here. Queen slime. I have some frustrations I need to take out. Get your ass over here.
Is that all you got? OMG incoming.
Okay, she did a little more damage than I was expecting, but we'll do it again. There was another gelatin crystal. I told you guys, like, it was not going to be an insta kill on her. Did a lot of damage, but not that much. What happened? Queen Slime entered my domain of despair. Dude, I'm not even, like, seeing the guys that she's summoning. Like, I don't know if it's because of all the stimulation from my second monitor, but I'm genuinely not even seeing the guys. The random ads. It's okay, we spent so long fishing that there were plenty of gelatin crystals. So don't you worry.
Is that all you got? Ha!
Alright, I think I see the strat here. At first, we just keep her
BFB incoming.
there and we stay up there, and then later we move a bit. I would really like to be able to use my nurse. Oh, I can't even destroy them to be able to talk to the... Hang on. No, she just refuses. Okay. Whatever. Save up for that guy.
Is that all you got?
Dude, I can't. Who fucking adds, man? Girl? You are not supposed to still be here. Talk about a clingy ex, jeez. Okay. I mean, shit, you guys think I can... Okay, I mean, I'll take it. We've got iframes temporarily. Yeah. No, I mean, if she doesn't want to despawn, I'm okay with that.
Seriously?
Dude, this is such a bad setup for fighting Queen Slime. Yeah, she's gonna despawn now. No, we're not killing Queen Slime there. It's fucking miserable trying to fight her in a compacted area like that with not enough damage to insta-kill her, and I die in 3 hits. Okay, that's okay. The whole point of this was to get our Barnacle Staff. Try to get a good reforge on it. I mean, Eager's not bad for what we're going to be doing here, which is spiders. Yeah, it's okay. Okay. I'd like a DPS check. Oh, that's easily enough damage for the twins. Yeah, that's way more than enough damage for the twins. Okay. Okay. Let's smash some altars. Tobuscus is dead party. Palladium ore. It's not infinite Old Man's Army mana. I very specifically had to spend like half an hour building up enough mana for that. It is certainly not infinite. Nah, you stockpile it in a chest. You can go watch my most recent video for more description detail. Okay, well, we've got plenty of master bait, so that's nice. Yeah, let's go smash altars. Yeah, Bountiful Staff does not seem bad at all. This is a solid amount of damage and hits. I mean, the event, hoiks. Oh, we already have enough. Joel. Oh, the fawn's name is Sean. Yeah, that's not bad. Hey, not demon altars are logical, crimson altars. They're a lot fleshier. Check out the eyes on that altar. Palladium, come on, titanium, 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 titanium. Yeah, there we go. With mining speed bonuses, the titanium pickaxe is twice as fast as the adamantite, so... Titanium. We're gonna need to... Yeah, I mean... I'm pretty happy with that. All things considered. Like, being in midair, it's very good against flying enemies. That's not bad at all. And we could be using whips to support this if this was an actual playthrough. Yeah, I don't care about titanium armor. Crimson Mimic, huh? Over there? All I'm saying is a Queen Spider Staff could not be doing this to a Crimson Mimic. Are you curious what chlorophyte tastes like? I imagine it probably tastes like celery, but kind of metallic. Like a metallic celery. Maybe if you, like, bit the side of your mouth when you were chewing on celery. That's probably a pretty accurate representation of what chlorophyte tastes like. Barnacle Sap is the sniper monkey of Terraria? It very well might be. We've got our 205 Barnacle Staff annihilating this Crimson Mimic. How good is it? A lot better than I was expecting based on how people were describing it. Honestly, I'm I'm quite happy with this thing. It's pretty accurate. And, you know, it's not great, but it's a sentry. Like, let's be blunt. Sentries in general aren't great. You get 2 of these things for free, and they're outputting quite a lot of projectiles that do a solid amount of damage. Dark Pistol. Is it better than tier 2? Tough question. It's certainly, the projectile is a lot better than the tier 2s. DPS-wise, I'm not sure it's going to be better. Assuming hitting. But this has a very high projectile velocity, and the thing with the old one's army sentries is that all of the attacks have a really low projectile velocity. They're really bad at hitting moving targets. The ballista especially, but the flame burst too. Really struggles with that. I think this attacks in more directions than the flame burst as well. Flame burst is kind of horizontal only. No. Oh. Yes, suiting Loki, if you don't count the Moonlord sentries. But yeah, non-crossover sentries, if you don't count the Moonlord ones, then yeah, you're limited to, just the Frost Hydra and Queen Spider. We could 3ND, but my plan is not to do that. Let's get Spider Armor. Spider Armor is a really solid damage buff over what we're using now. Good damage stats on it. So I want to find a Spider Cave. I'm not sure if I have one easily accessible. So what we're going to do is go mining. And let's get the stuff for a molten pickaxe. Actually, no, I don't need to get the stuff for a molten pickaxe because I fished and I have enough mithril. I hope. I don't. I don't have enough mithril. Sad. If I shimmered this, it's 15. I have 22, 10. No, that's still not enough. I'm 3 short. Okay, yeah, we'll have to go pick some up. That's 20 Hellstone. Fun fact, once you're in hard mode, you can just blow Hellstone up with your mind. And by mind, I mean dynamite. I'm gonna make some danger senses. And we'll go off to try to find some spiders. And get everything else. So it's 18 palladium for a pickaxe. It's 3 per. So that's 60 minus 6, 54 palladium is what we need. And we have some in our chest. I don't remember how much. I think it was 15? But we can stop at, let's say 44. Should be enough. So, one more vein. We might have enough right now. I don't think so. I think we need one more. Let's chalk on. And I do want to get a frozen key. But that's probably going to be saved for farming on some other day. Okay, I already have enough from crates? No, I only got like 15 palladium or something. It wasn't that much. This is all I had. I got 14. And then I didn't have enough tier 2, so. We don't need much, but we need a little tier 2. Let's see, right now we have 22 mythful. I need 25, which means I need 12. Which means I need 4 more. This would be enough, but honestly, it's going to take me more time to go to the Shimmer to swap my Orichalcum than I think I just mine. The tier list of all how good all the sentries are? For when you can obtain them? Well, if it has to do with obtaining the Bounticle Staff, I fucking hate it. Because we were stuck there for literally an hour and my line snapped twice. That wasn't very fun. I didn't enjoy that part. I have Creative Shock. I forgot about that one. Okay. Okay, and then we get enough titanium for the next year. Then a 1% chance. I think it's 1 in 49. I think there's a 1 in 7 chance for a line to snap, but it was very unfortunate, yeah. So 20 titanium for the pickaxe, which is 80 ore plus 30 for the forge is 110. So 110 titanium. Wait, now that they buffed ore vein sizes, should not take very long. In fact, we might have it after this one. Yeah, but we're near the underworld. We can snag a Hellforge. It'll be easy. One more. Here. Okay. Titanium forge. 20 titanium. Titanium pickaxe. And if you're not sure why we went out of our way to make a titanium pickaxe, I will show you in just a second. We need a speed buff. We need 30, 55, 25 max mining speed. And a titanium pickaxe allows you to do this. It's a little bit less impressive because we're currently in the hollow, but once we get out of the hollow, we'll actually be mining at full capacity. A titanium pickaxe allows you to do this. And this is really nice. We're going to need to mine out a space to... here's a spider cave. Yeah, mine out of space to farm a biome key. And snow biome in a bit. Okay, so biome key farming. What's our most efficient way to do that? Surface solar eclipse is pretty good. Surface invasions also are not bad. What we could do is we could get a bunch of snow and put it in the ocean and loop a bunch of pirate invasions back to back. Kill them really quickly with explosive traps and then get ice frozen key from that. Like, that's probably really efficient, right? Why didn't I get the spider sentry? I'm literally getting the spider sentry, right? That's why I'm at the spiders. That's what we're here for. We're at the spiders. We're at the spiders right now. We're getting the spider sentry. The reason we got the barnacle staff is because we wanted to try it, but we're still gonna get the queen spider sentry. I mean, there's like 5 sentries in the game. We're gonna be getting all of them. Yeah, I mean, I feel like these sentries are doing quite well. In fact, these are killing these guys more efficiently than the queen spiders would. Because the queen spiders really struggle to hit enemies that are moving in the air. Hey, poison staff. Yeah, I don't think this thing deserves the hate that I've seen it get. It's actually been pretty good. Is it perfect? No, but I mean, but good. And keep in mind, we're like barely even using summoner buffing gear right now. I think that was souls 3ND. I think king slimes can't drop souls, but I think they can still drop biome keys. Yeah, because there used to be the really easy soul farming exploit where you just summon king slime, like, in the underworld or right above the underworld and get a ton of souls off that really quick. And they nerfed that, but I don't think they made it so they couldn't drop biome keys. Isn't snow biome pretty easy to farm considering it's just ice slimes during the day? Well, I mean, for good farming, you want spawn rates and turnover so you can kill them quickly. Right, you don't want to just sit there farming ice slimes slowly on the surface. Because I don't think default ice biome spawn rates are good enough for capping things. I think you need like an invasion or like a blood moon or eclipse or something. You wish lightning would get removed? I don't think lightning needs to get removed. I just wish it was either restricted to secret seeds or made so it only damages players on secret seeds, like for the worthy or something. We're doing 39. It's what? like 24 for the Queen Spider staff, and then it's like 40 something for the armor set. We're killing them pretty quickly, so this isn't too bad. I'll decide how we're going to farm the snow biome later. We're not going to do it today. I've already been streaming for 5.5 hours. Once I get the Queen Spider staff, I'm probably going to call the stream there. Oh, Queen Spider staff and armor. Had it not taken 3 years to get a barnacle staff, maybe we would have done some other stuff today. But boy, this thing took fucking forever. You never gotten hit by lightning unless you're actively trying to get hit by it? I've gotten hit by lightning several times without trying to get hit by it. Lightning also destroyed my Atonia crystal earlier. Am I going to fight Queen Slime just for completion? Unlikely. I might fight her for revenge, but I'm not going to fight her for completion. Rescuing the Stylus was a misplay there. It's lowering my spawn rates. Is that the barnacle staff? Yeah. And honestly, it's not that bad. It basically latches onto a surface or floats in the air and then shoots a solid damage, high velocity projectile. It doesn't pierce or anything, but like that's not bad. Okay, that's probably enough. Yeah, 24 for Queen Spider. 8, 16, 12. Yeah. Okay, no need for obsidian armor. Let's get a reforge on our Queen Spider. Okay, our Queen Spider reforge is better than our barnacle staff reforge, but let's test them out a bit, do a little comparison, and see how they work together. Man, the delay after first summoning an enemy is really... Or summoning a sentry is really long. Okay, so ground-based enemy. Queen Spider Staff does a lot. The spiders do the same base damage as the sentry. So, honestly, you're probably looking at, like, 2 or 3 times the damage of a barnacle staff. But it is completely landbound. And it really struggles at hitting any enemy that's, like, moving a little bit. So, damage-wise, Queen Spider definitely gets it. This is way more damage than the barnacle. But what the barnacle excels at... is... Let's get some guys to spawn. Just hitting targets. Right? They attack pretty quickly. Their damage isn't anywhere near as high, but they kind of just light things up as a firing squad. You put them in the middle of the air, and they just shoot anything. And honestly, their damage... when you're considering how far away they can attack from, and how consistently they can hit things... These are pretty good. Definitely, if you're in a situation where you're attacking land-based enemies that the Queen Spider can consistently hit, the Queen Spider will be better. Hey, a mech skull. That's actually quite nice. But don't discount the Bounticles just because they're a bit worse damage. I think especially if you're on like a boss, because the thing with Queen Spider that's really, really bad, is that the Queen Spider projectile falls through platforms. That means if you're trying to fight a boss, any boss, and you're not literally on the ground, Queen Spider is gonna just be awful. So like, let's say you're right here, you summon a Queen Spider here. Queen Spider is like useless here. The enemy needs to be like within this range for the Queen Spider to even hit it, and even then it might miss it. Yeah, like that's the projectile range you're looking at with Queen Spider. It's bad. It's also kind of directionally challenged, whereas Barnacle Staff is I think omnidirectional. I think it shoots in any direction. Let's gather a couple Ethereal mana so that if we do an Old One's Army later, we have a couple stockpiled. This is what I was talking about, storing it in a chest. So I think we do Queen Spider, 1 Barnacle to defend against flying enemies. Why use plant pots for arenas? Because they were cheap. Yeah, situation like this, Queen Spider way better. But it's more the mechanics of the Queen Spider Sentry. The Barnacle Staff has much better mechanics. The Queen Spider Staff has much better damage. But like something like this, unusable on the Twins, unusable on Skeletron. Whereas the Queen Spider, I think is probably quite usable on both. Oh, sorry, the Barnacle. Platforms are easier to get though. You buy planter boxes. They're purchasable. They're infinitely accessible. Yeah, you can. Your arena doubles as an herb farm. Nice extra bonus. Okay, I'm pretty sure we killed a wave here. I don't even think we'll struggle at all. Queen Spider DPS is really high. And Barnacle Staff's more than capable of handling the flyers. Platforms from a tree is easier. Platforms from a tree gets you a couple planter boxes, but what happens when you need hundreds or thousands of planter boxes? If you've been mining, you might have a bunch of stone or, you know, snow or ice or something, or you might not. Am I getting more mana for the mechs? I'm getting more mana just to have more mana. I'm not doing it with any one thing in mind. We've had this Old One's Army going for a while, and I figured I might as well get something out of it before we end the event. Oh, don't worry. We've got plenty of Eternia crystals. We've got like 120 or something. Okay. Once we hit 99%, I'm going to see how fast we can just burst down the Dark Mage. Come on, Barnacle Staff. Right. We got an upper firepower here. Alright, get him, Queen Spiders! You know, Queen Spider, like I said, Queen Spider DPS, pretty good. Pretty good. I guess we technically lost that one, but... by like a second. Am I gonna make the super nuke? We already did for the Wall of Flesh. Yeah, Queen Spider DPS is nothing to scoff at. Okay, now I can actually move these back to my actual house. Okay, do a little bit of inventory sorting. Down to the war table. Got the stuff for greater healing, so that's nice. We can get a Horde Dragon with Sean. Okay, well, we can only have one of these at a time. See, if you try to swap them in, they just, I suppose it's technically optimal to do this. That way our first reforge on you is cheaper. Sure, whatever. For the time being, it's fine. It's really expensive to reforge. Sell the Horde Dragon. Don't need bombs. We'll get this. Get you away. Get this Fire Blossom away. And I don't need Scarab bombs. Don't need you, don't need you. I'm gonna get more of you though. Don't need musket balls, certainly. These can go in piggy bank. This can go in piggy bank. This can go in piggy bank. Okay. So, pretty productive day. We got through pretty much all of pre-hard mode. We are ready to take on the mechs. I think we probably, next stream, do some soul farming. And then do probably twins. Then after that, we play it by ear. We've got plenty of defender medals somewhere. Oh, 31. Yeah, that's enough for a sentry at least. When next stream, I'll stream tomorrow. I don't have to be back in my lab till next week, so got plenty of time. We're at 9 hours in. Pretty good. I'll see you guys around. If you want to get a ping for when I go live, I mean, it should be noon tomorrow, EST, same time I went live today. But my Discord server has a stream announcements ping. You can react to a message in the rules channel, and that will give you the stream announcements ping. And you'll get notified whenever I go live. But yeah, bye everyone.